哋香港人血流成河嘅時候，唔係獨立調查委員會可以解決，係要解散警隊，解散警隊，解散警隊，解散警隊。獨立調查委員會係冇判決權嘅，而家佢哋嘅罪行啊係好犀利㗎，兩國交戰係唔俾打戰俘，打仗啦兩國。個戰俘都唔俾打。
大家好，歡迎收睇啦喺灣仔伊利沙伯體育館舉行嘅第一場社區對話。歡迎喺電視機面前嘅觀眾，亦都歡迎咧有百幾位，大概應該超過103位嘅市民呢係嚟到呢一度出席嘅。咁佢哋咧都係經電腦抽籤選出。咁一陣間呢，佢哋嘅發言呢係會喺後邊呢係抽籤嚇抽佢哋出嚟發言嘅。咁呢個時候呢，我哋先請特首林太講幾句。
各位市民，好多謝大家出席社區對話。我相信好多朋友咧都或者未食夜晚飯，放工咧就趕嚟新醫館，辛苦晒大家。今日咧係首場嘅對話，希望日後嘅對話可以喺各區進行，俾市民咧能更加方便能夠參與呢啲對話。喺聽大家分享之前呢，我想簡單講幾句説話。安排呢啲社區對話喺今日嘅香港環境，其實都唔係好簡單。我聽到好多人問呢啲對話係咪做政治 show 或者公關 show？特區政府有冇誠意嚟到聽市民嘅聲音？大家呢種反應我完全可以明白，因為過去呢一段日子， 令到市民對於特區政府嘅信心，對於我本人嘅信心，都係下降咗好多。亦都有人話，而家其實有冇一個有利嘅環境可以對話？我相信大家心裏邊都擔心緊嚟緊嘅週末，甚至係有假期，會唔會又係出現一啲暴力抗爭嘅行為？但係無論幾艱難，我同我嘅同事都認為呢個嘅直接對話應該開始啦。因為喺呢3個幾月，我相信無論大家喺咩嘅身份，喺咩嘅立場，佢心裏邊都係感到好痛、好焦慮，甚至憤怒。整個嘅風波係由特區政府提出修例嘅工作引起嘅。咁所以如果要走出呢個困難，揾一條出路，最大嘅責任係特區政府。咁所以我希望喺各位嘅諒解同埋支持之下咧，我哋就行出呢個比較艱難嘅一步。亦都有人話，點解仲要對話咧？5大訴求講咗好多次㗎咯。冇錯，我係聽咗好多次5大嘅訴求，我亦都多次回應呢啲訴求。但係我相信經過咗幾個月之後，大家都係有一定嘅認同，我哋而家面對嘅問題可能係比呢啲訴求係更加廣泛。就算我哋撇開咗呢啲訴求或者呢啲嘅問題，3個幾月啦，特首，我哋喺唔同嘅場合，或者甚至只喺屋企裏邊睇電視，或者想週末去商場下街，我哋都好有感受。特首係咪要聽下呢啲感受，從而做個回應，一個分享，或者你話俾我聽，以後香港點樣？呢個就係我哋安排呢個直接對話嘅一個好主要嘅原因。當然，去到呢一步，我哋都認為係凸顯咗香港真係有好多其他深層次嘅問題，無論係喺經濟、政治或者民生方面，就用我哋一齊嘅努力去解答呢啲問題。咁所以對話嘅目的唔係為咗對話，唔係一個公關嘅伎倆，係要尋求改變。而尋求改變嘅目的就係令到呢個我哋大家都好熱愛嘅香港社會能夠變得更加好。無論喺各個方面，可能呢個改變係需要時間，但係都要開始。所以一連串嘅對話，唔同形式嘅對話，將會由而家開始。希望日後大家亦都可以繼續參與我哋持續不斷將會安排嘅對話。而家我將個時間交俾大家，多謝大家。
好，現場觀眾咧喺入場嘅時候咧，都已經將你哋嗰個號碼紙咧就放咗喺我面前呢幾個箱嗰度嘅。嗱，我知道有啲朋友咧係未放嘅。如果你哋啱聽下，你覺得有嘢想問嘅，你到時先想發問嘅話咧，請你舉手，我哋工作人員會將嗰張號碼紙咧交俾我嘅。OK，咁我而家抽出第一輪發言嘅現場觀眾。第一位 A52，可唔可以舉手 ？A52，A 區52，邊度？係 OK。跟住 B47，B47。C18，C18。A32，A32 邊度？係 OK， 唔該。一陣嘅發言次序咧，同我呢個抽籤嘅次序係一樣嘅。B32，B32。C25，C25，唔該。好，第一位 A52，請。
特首、各位官員、各位市民，晚上好。其實我係完全冇諗過自己咧係會抽中嚟呢個社區嘅對話啦，因為有人話得150個位，其實仲難中過居屋。不過我就寧願抽中居屋啦，因為大家都知道呢一個嘅對話係唔會有任何實質嘅結果嘅。而我最期待嘅畫面亦都冇出現到，就係鄭若驊司長同埋盧偉聰處長呢兩位喺反送中運動入邊最應該負上最大責任嘅官員，今晚就未能夠出席。我相信廣大嘅市民已經感受到特區政府嘅誠意。由6月9號到而家，唔通特區政府仲未聽到市民嘅吶喊聲咩？100萬人嘅遊行只能夠換嚟政府強行通過二讀嘅回應。作為一個小市民，我真係覺得好失望。原來政府係咁樣看待市民表達嘅訴求。3個月後，經過大大小小嘅衝突，特首終於宣布逃犯條例由壽終正寢變為正式撤回，但係已經無法彌補呢3個月所發生嘅事情。我認同香港警察係需要維持社會秩序，咁喺元朗、北角拎住武器非法集結嘅人打記者、打市民，點解香港警察唔去即場拘捕佢哋，仲護送佢哋走呢？我認同犯法嘅人係需要被法律制裁，但係香港警察濫捕，使用過分武力去攻擊市民，侵犯佢哋嘅自由同埋人身安全。警察犯錯，市民就只能夠去投訴警察課投訴，然後就等冇法定獨立調查權力嘅監警會去審視翻呢個調查報告。我想問特首，你係咪寧願維護3萬名嘅警察，都唔願意成立獨立調查委員會呢？香港仲係唔係一個法治嘅社會？法治嘅內涵唔單止係要求所有人民守法，更加側重於法律對於政府權力嘅控制同埋約束。香港嘅深層次矛盾就係源於冇公義嘅法治。根據基本法第45條，行政長官嘅產生辦法，根據香港特區特別行政區嘅實際情況同埋循序漸進嘅原則而規定，最終達至由一個有廣泛代表性嘅提名委員會按民主程序提名後普選產生嘅目的。呢一個係示威者堅持嘅5大訴求之一，就係雙普選，亦都係基本法明文賦予香港人嘅權利。我想請問一下現任嘅特首，係咪如你當初選特首嘅政綱所講，你真係有盡到最大嘅努力，喺831嘅框架下面營造有利推動政改嘅社會氛圍？最後配合翻社區對話嘅主題，我想對其他 stakeholder 講，係爭取民主自由嘅道路上，香港人係絕不孤單嘅，要一直堅持落去，一個都不能少。多謝。
好，唔該。B47。
特首、各位官員，你哋好。咁我係其實真係好好奇，好希望知道咧，究竟特區政府係咪仍然堅持拒絕成立獨立調查委員會？因為其實我哋已經好清楚喺現行警監會嘅機制底下咧，佢只係負責去覆查一啲佢哋警察提交嘅報告嘅啫，佢根本冇一個能力去進行內部調查。而獨立調查委員會已經好明顯地係成為咗一個好多香港人去渴求，亦都有好多專業人士去希望政府可以去實行，以紓解而家社會咁大嘅紛爭。喺政府撤回咗送中條例之後，其實香港人冇停止過向政府提出呢個訴求，係因為我哋喺呢個過程之中見到我哋嘅社會原來同我哋想象之中真係好唔同。一國兩制嘅機制完全冇辦法再說服到我哋係完整咁樣存在。好想知道究竟政府係用咩原因去拒絕成立獨立調查委員會？因為喺政府我哋回歸之後已經經過5次嘅獨立調查委員會，佢哋並唔係因為冇機制去審查，而係因為呢件事件對公眾利益有好重大嘅關係。咁難道送中呢件事情並唔係一件重大嘅事件嗎？點解唔可以去實施呢？係咪仍然冇考慮呢？另外就係多次嘅元朗嘅恐襲啦、荃灣啦、北角啦，有好多市民被黑社會打，投訴無門，亦都冇警察去保護佢哋。我想問下政府，認為律政司同埋警察係咪辦事不力、能力不足，所以先令到市民活喺恐慌之中呢？ 另外，我亦都係好想以一個香港市民嘅心態去話俾你哋聽，我哋嘅情緒係點樣嘅。我作為一個30幾歲啦，銀行從業員，係一個三無嘅市民嚟嘅。咁但係我從來冇對政府感受過不滿，亦都冇反對過警察或者政府嘅施政。但喺近月裏面呢，我係感到非常心痛。我所心痛嘅並唔係有示威者破壞咗一啲基建或者係一啲地鐵站，而係我見到原來我哋警方係會指鹿為馬，佢喺後巷打一個人，然之後會形容一個人為一個 yellow object。你是否認為咁樣係指鹿為馬？你是否認為警方係失信於民？但係同步地，我亦都好想話俾你哋聽，有好多香港人同我一樣，見到我哋嘅年青人曾經被我哋認為係廢青、即係港女，又或者係一班港童，佢哋連自理能力都冇，但係今日佢哋願意企出嚟為民主、為社會去抗爭，付出好大嘅代價。我哋為此而感到驕傲，同時亦都感到心痛。希望政府唔好再逼一班年青人走上絕路，亦都唔好令到年青人以外嘅成年人要放棄同屋企人相處，放棄照顧子女，放棄我哋所有嘅時間去同政府作出我哋嘅訴求同要求。最後我都好想重申一次，5大訴求缺一不可，希望政府認真思考。
好，唔該你，C18，停。
係特首同埋四位局長，你哋好。咁其實我因為工作嘅關係啦，因為我成日都會喺機場嗰度做嘢嘅，咁所以我今日亦都帶咗幾條問題，都係關於啲旅遊業啊、經濟啊同埋機場第三跑啊嗰啲問題。咁同埋最後我亦都會有少少關於我自己嘅感受啦。咁首先第一條問題就係話，中央最近都話以深圳做一個試點嘅地方係去做金融嘅。咁如果講到金融，咁其實香港仲有其他物流、旅遊、航空業嚇，咁同埋其他各樣嘢嘅。咁做完之後，咁香港係咪已經係慢慢咁樣將呢啲咁嘅機會慢慢咁樣去翻去深圳呢個地方咧？嚇，呢個第一條問題。咁第二條就關於港珠澳啦，因為其實我自己都本身我喺機場做嘅，咁我自己都去過2次嘅。咁我亦都記得港珠澳亦都係原本就話一個機遇，係由大灣區俾一部分俾香港去做嘅呢樣嘢。咁但係而家咁嘅社會嘅情況咧，其實我亦都睇唔到我哋香港仲有一啲咁嘅機遇去俾我哋香港去做一啲經濟發展嘅嘢咯，我睇唔到咯。我亦都即係大灣區呢個機遇，我真係睇唔到咯嚇。咁另外咧就同我自己本身工作都有關係嘅。咁我諗大家都睇到報紙就係話而家我哋 Hong Kong base 啦都有3間香港即係 Hong Kong base 嘅航空公司啦，分別國泰港龍啊、香港航空啊、香港快運啊。咁呢3間航空公司，我諗相信幾日前咧大家都睇過出邊，亦都睇過有啲高層嘅管理人員嚇，佢哋自己都自願去減薪嚇。咁不斷 cut 一啲 budget 啊，cut 人手啊。咁其實佢哋而家都做緊一啲計劃，係做到出年我諗係半年後啦，出年嘅3月。咁我又想知道，咁喺呢一個咁嘅社會嘅環境裏邊嚇，咁仲有冇人去令呢啲航空業去穩定咧嚇？咁即係我自己本身都係喺機場工作啦。咁我亦都唔想，我亦都做咗成都30年嘅工作經驗啦嚇，喺機場。我亦都唔想因為呢啲咁嘅政治因素嚇、社會嘅不安嚇而令到一啲外資嘅公司啊，甚至乎其他公司嚇，令到要逼提早退休嚇。咁我諗我仲有一段路嘅，其實我退休嘅路嚇，我唔想咯嚇，因為呢啲政治嘅關係。咁最後咧，咁我自己嘅感受咯。咁我覺得而家再唔係社會所有嘅決定，再唔係特首你一個人，亦都唔係政府呢個部門而係全部我哋每一個香港嘅市民都有份去參與，有份去決定一啲決策嘅嘢咯嚇。咁呢樣嘢，我覺得即係同香港市民，我諗我哋一齊要繼續，大家去睇下點樣去 為香港去爭取翻呢個國際嘅地位。因為而家我真係睇唔到我哋呢個香港呢個城市，我哋仲有啲咩國際嘅地位睇到咯，反而係俾人睇低咯。多謝。
差唔多，唔該晒。A32，請。
Hello， 你好。我知好多人會將個着眼點放喺警察嘅暴力或者係示威嘅暴力度，但係我就想將個着眼點放遠啲，放翻喺議會嘅暴力度咁樣嘅。咁上屆立法會選舉 DQ 嘅風波就引起咗極大嘅爭議啦，好多名嘅參選人亦都遭到 DQ， 而法官周家明亦都喺周庭上庭上訴案嗰度判詞指出，選舉主任並未有俾機會周庭去回應，就取消咗佢嘅參選資格啦，明顯係違反咗程序公義嘅。亦都判詞亦都話，《基本法》第26條同埋《香港人權法案條例》21條亦都列明咧，香港永久嘅居民係有成為立法會選舉候選人嘅權利嘅，而剝奪呢個權利係非常之嚴重嘅事宜嚟嘅。而選舉管理委員會亦都取消咗原定喺6月25號嘅區議會選舉活動，建議指引公眾諮詢大會，令人會覺得政府其實好怕市民，根本完全閂咗個大門，係唔想同市民交流同埋對話嘅。咁以上嘅種種唔難令到人哋聯想到政府其實用緊行政權力去打壓香港人嘅選舉自由，甚至係干預立法會嘅，企圖影響三權分立，想一權獨大。即係公平嘅選舉係香港政治嘅重要基石之一。請問以後嘅選舉你會點樣確保公義，或者選舉主任係根據啲咩程序去 DQ 嘅呢？最後亦都想用翻呢個平台同翻特首同埋同香港人講，香港人比你想象中更加硬淨、更加堅持5大訴求缺一不可，而亦都唔係你成日講話，我以為已經回答咗你嘅問題。香港人加油。
OK， 好，唔該晒。B32，
係林太你好，咁其實都想問翻啦，因為睇翻以往上網嘅資料，咁其實睇到啦，林太以前讀書嘅成績都好好嘅，咁就年年都考第1啦，或者都接受唔到自己可能有1-2個名次嘅退步啦。咁其實而家但係講緊而家你係喺歷屆嘅特首入面係做得成績比較差嘅一位，咁其實民怨沸騰已經唔係一個短時間嘅現象啦。咁以前如果考試嘅話，我相信林太你都會努力去補救啦，唔會指鹿為馬啦，認為老師改錯你份卷，繼續話香港人錯，繼續覺得我哋係 hollow stick in the society 啦。咁另外第二個問題就係、我諗可能好多人都對於新屋嶺會有一個疑問啦。咁其實因為新聞都有報導過，咁其實之前可能有啲議員啦，或者會有啲太平紳士，佢哋都想申請入去觀察入面嘅情況。咁其實因為香港人對於入面發生嘅事係一無所知，其實可能係真係睇報道，咁然之後報道其實係單方面嘅，咁其實我哋接收資訊都會好少。咁其實會唔會政府可以公開少少透明度，俾我哋知道其實示威者喺入面係發生咗啲咩情況呢？因為其實而家可以係話有少少死無對證嘅一個現象出現咗。咁另外第三個問題我就係想問，因為政府一直都話其實監警會咧，其實係已經足夠去調查警隊內部嘅一啲問題啦，咁就唔需要再成立一個獨立委員會嘅。咁其實監警會成立至今都已經有一段好長嘅時間，咁呢個修例風波其實都已經係講緊數個月。咁其實可能要去到一個咩程度，其實警方同政府先至會承認呢個監警會係失敗，係冇做過任何嘢，係幫唔到香港人伸冤，咁先至會成立另一個嘅獨立調查委員會。咁同埋佢嘅透明度，我諗大家都好想知道嘅。係啦，唔該。
好，唔該你。跟住 C25。
好，大家。我想講翻嗱，721嗰度咧，一早其實已經有議員咧都會收到消息啦，亦都有鏗鏘集咧都認到警察咧其實去睇過有白衣人去聚集嘅。咁但係去到最後咧，都係39分鐘之後出事啦。39分鐘之後咧，都仲未有警員去到場。咁既然有咁充足嘅時間準備，咁究竟點解會可以咁嘅情況之下都會冇警察到場，令到大量市民受傷呢？如果唔係故意製造冒警時分，咁就係決策失誤啦。咁如果係有，咁會唔會有負責決策嘅人去負責翻呢個責任，同埋佢會有咩後果呢？咁好明顯，由活動至今，其實係因為一個行政嘅決定，由100萬人上街到你照二讀，咁令到咧去到大量嘅人命傷亡。 咁呢個行政嘅決策失策失誤，咁有冇官員包括特首係需要負責呢？仲有而家又傳會立蒙面法啦。咁如果你話我行得正企得正係唔需要蒙面嘅，咁警隊其實 show pass 同埋編號咧都冇問題嘅。你要知道係邊個，但係唔俾我知道你係邊個，呢啲只許州官放火，不准百姓點燈做法，其實只會令人更加唔信任警隊。請政府咧做事咧都唔好雙重標準啦。咁另外咧亦都想可以監察到警察嘅專業啦。一個老師如果學生對佢講粗口，老師係唔會對翻佢講粗口。醫護人員喺幾差嘅情況之下，都會維持佢專業去醫人。咁既然有啲指引係唔准警棍打頭嘅，咁請你跟翻指引啦，唔好侮辱咗套制服，唔好草菅人命，跟翻指引做。咁香港其實曾經咧係以治安好而聞名嘅。咁但係其實唔單止係警隊努力，香港係勝在有 ICAC。而家香港嘅亂象就係一個缺少咗一個可以制衡警隊濫權嘅機構。你唔好同我講監警會同埋現行機制，諗下當年點解要成立 ICAC 先。咁其實到而家咧，市民對警方嘅唔信任咧，已經係去到831一路傳警方打死人，警方話冇，都冇人信。咁既然有 CCTV 可以做證據，警察係咪都應該要主動去調查咧？就算冇人報案，係咪都可以主動去調查咧？其實本人係好認同一國兩制，我唔使多唔使少，你跟翻足落實基本法去做已經夠啦。最後咧。而家其實我哋香港係身處黑暗嘅，好需要光復香港。我哋全部人都盡晒力啦。咁你哋呢？香港人加油！
好，第一輪嘅發言完成啦。我哋請台上嘅官員發言。邊位先？陳太。
好快聽咗6位朋友嘅發言啊，我係好深受感動嚇。我相信今日嚟出席嘅發言每位朋友咧，都喺呢幾個月又係好緊密咁留意香港發生咗咩事，亦都好願意喺今日同我哋分享。我綜合講幾點，或者由最後呢位先生講起。佢話佢係支持一國兩制，只要一國兩制係全面準確咁實施落去，香港係有前景嘅。所以呢位喺機場工作嘅女士，香港係有前景嘅。只要我哋能夠確保一國兩制能夠準確咁落實，而其中一個最重要嘅元素，差唔多有幾位嘅朋友提到，就係法治。法治係香港嘅核心價值，而法治裏邊係環環相扣嘅。有朋友提過，法治唔單止係市民要守法，執法機關喺執法嘅過程裏邊都要守規守法。所以當我係支持我哋嘅執法機關工作，唔係等於我容許佢哋不守規不守法。希望大家呢個可以理解得到。我係支持一啲嘅機制，因為呢啲機制就令到香港嘅法治可以穩固咁發展。但如果喺呢啲機制裏邊，有啲人係不守法不守規，我哋係一視同仁咁嚟到去處理。當然跟住咧就係需要有一個不受干涉，包括不受我作為行政長官干涉嘅檢控嘅機制。最後亦都有一個我相信大家都係非常之信賴，亦都引以為傲嘅獨立嘅司法嘅機關。咁所以佢哋每一環都好重要，先構成香港呢咁重要嘅司法嘅制度。近月對於政府同埋警隊個信任度下跌，我剛才喺簡短嘅開場白都已經率先承認咗。呢個信任嘅下跌都好難詳細分析嘅原因，但佢係一個事實。6位朋友講咗，我哋都見到好多嘅民意調查都反映咗。所以我剛才講，我哋正正係一個信任度唔高嘅時候，要透過同大家不斷嘅溝通對話，希望能夠加深大家嘅諒解、理解，從而讓我哋可以喺一個欠缺信任嘅大前提下，都揾到一個嘅出路。第三就係有關於獨立調查委員會。當然，我聽過好多 嘅要求，好多嘅聲音，甚至有人話呢個社會上一個好大嘅共識。我唔係反對我哋要了解真相，事實上3個幾月以嚟，我知道有好多大家睇到嘅畫像，睇到嘅短片，都俾咗大家好多嘅擔心。無論係612、721、831，由於個信任度唔高，有陣時明明好多部門都出嚟解釋咗831太子站冇死人喎，咁但係大家都有呢個感受。咁所以係需要更加詳細去了解，揾出嗰個事實嘅真相。我哋唯一嘅分別就係究竟係用咩方法嚟揾出呢個事實嘅真相。獨立調查委員會係一個方法，既定嘅獨立嘅監警會亦都係一個方法。有人問可唔可以加強透明度？事實上呢2個月佢哋係加強咗透明度。有人問可唔可以加強個公信力？於是監警會喺海外嘅4個地方揾咗一啲對警務工作非常之熟悉，亦都肯定唔會話見到一啲事佢會隱瞞嘅專家嚟到加入呢個工作。監警會亦都向社會大眾，包括在座各位嘅朋友，去要求你提供資料。去到而家已經有1300份嘅資料，涉及到超過2萬個呢啲影像啊、相片啊、信息係交咗俾監警會。我哋係唔係應該俾監警會再過幾個月完成咗佢嘅工作，然後大家擺喺眼前睇呢個是否大家可以接受嘅事實呢？呢個工作可以同大家講，因為我都同監警會嘅主席有所溝通咧，係一定會包括剛才幾位都提過嗰啲事，嗰幾個日子，監警會係會好認真咁去睇呢啲咁嘅呢件事，究竟當日係發生咗嘅情況係點樣樣嘅？喺警方嗰方面，我剛才已經講咗啦。當然喺過去幾個月，我相信大家都一向好對香港嘅治安引以為傲嘅香港市民，都會認同警隊係一個重要嘅力量。佢哋事實上係接受緊好大嘅挑戰，亦都有好大壓力。不過我喺呢度再次重申，我哋對於所有嘅人士，無論係政府嘅人員，無論係示威嘅人士，無論係普通嘅市民，無論係街坊，都係一視同仁。因為法治係香港嘅核心價值，只要有人違法，或者係公務人員違規，剛才提到內部嘅指引係違反，我哋都會嚴肅跟進。最後我想回應有一位喺機場工作嘅朋友講，香港嘅優勢仍然喺度嚇，請你對香港有信心，對香港嘅市民有信心。當我哋處理咗面前嘅困難，當我哋能夠每一位香港人共同努力，香港走出呢個困局，我哋仍然係可以令到香港爭取返我哋應該有嘅國際地位，同埋被國際社會嘅認同。最後講到責任嘅問題，當然作為特首，最大嘅責任係我本人，我亦都唔會推卸呢個責任。但係而家香港真係面對內憂外患，我希望能夠繼續以一個負責任嘅態度嚟到處理返因為一啲政府嘅工作而引起好大嘅風波，另一啲本來好支持政府，亦都對政府或者甚至做得唔係好好嘅政策都冇乜怨氣嘅市民，今日都忍耐不住，要話俾我哋聽，我哋唔再接受到呢個現狀，我哋需要再作出改變。所以對話就係希望能夠可以揾到我哋點樣去改變呢啲現象。多謝大家。
OK， 喺我哋呢個對話開始咗之後咧，仍然會有啲觀眾係入緊場嘅。提提大家，如果你未將嗰張發問紙、嗰張號碼紙抌入去箱裏邊嘅咧，而你又想發問嘅，請你交俾我哋工作人員。跟住到第二輪嘅發問 A41。 A41係唔該。B44 唔該。C46 唔該。A27 B22 C44 唔該。請 A41。
我而家想引用咧4警察協會對你嘅尊稱林女士。事件已經發生咗超過100日啦，仲未有平息嘅跡象。由市民針對政府嘅反送中開始，喺你嘅領導下擴展到市民針對你嘅施政，針對立法會嘅不公義，針對警監會嘅無能，針對警察濫用職權去拘捕市民，草菅人命，如同軍政府一樣。市民對政府已經係零信任啦。明報同埋民間嘅調查更加顯示咗市民對警察嘅零信任係高達48.3%。另外71.7% 嘅受訪者表示認為警方係有使用過分嘅武力去對付示威者。如今示威已經遍地開花，成為國際關注嘅事件，令到國家添煩添亂。今年係中共建國70週年嘅慶典，前特首董建華同埋梁振英都獲邀出席北京嘅典禮，係唯獨你一個冇份去。你知唔知點解啊？係因為你搞到成個香港天怒人怨，習主席都恥與你為伍啊！係你係你完全漠視民意，係你管治無能。你同我聽清楚，成場運動走到今日，最大責任嗰個係你，你必須下台。請你唔好再轉移視線，將政府嘅施政失誤賴落去通識教育，賴落去房屋政策，賴落去年青人嗰度。你唔好學港獨之父梁振英嘅語言藝術，去侮辱市民嘅智慧，踐踏市民嘅尊嚴。呢啲根本唔係我哋市民聚焦嘅問題，我哋係要5大訴求，缺一不可。好，我想問你。你話你對所有人一視同仁，你頭先話，咁我想問，警察冇委任狀去執行佢嘅職務，當大家想投訴嘅時候，到底點投訴？同埋警監會根本冇調查權，咁你開嚟做乜嘢呢？我哋如果警監會冇調查權，我哋點樣調查警察呢？咁點樣叫一視同仁呢？警察打完人之後，佢蒙住面，乜嘢都冇 number， 咁我哋點投訴呢？另外，我想問嘅係831，你話831嘅問題，你根本就係處理唔，你根本就係咁多個部門已經出嚟同我哋解釋，咁點解唔 CCTV 啊？最簡單啦，你咁樣都控制唔到港鐵攞 CCTV 出嚟咩？你係特首喎。另外，你話你冇辦法，你頭先話你冇辦法理解究竟點解香港市民對政府同埋警察嘅零信任度，你到今時今日都夠膽講呢一句説話？點解？全港嘅市民都知點解啦。我哋每日睇住警察嘅濫捕、亂咁捉人，你而家話唔明白點解我哋對政府同埋警察嘅零信任度？你點樣解釋俾我哋聽啊？仲有，我想要求新屋嶺增加透明度，你頭先係冇答到嘅，嗰位先生已經問過㗎啦。新屋嶺我哋必須增加透明度，我哋要知道裏邊嘅人係發生緊咩事，點解律師係唔可以即時入到去見，同埋即時有律師陪同下落口供，太平紳士都唔可以入去見，呢個你必須解釋。
呢位朋友，你嘅發言咧已經去到3分幾鐘啦。
OK，
好嘛，多謝你。B44，
你哋好。其實我想問嘅問題咧，頭先黑色衫嗰個人都已經，嗰個女士都已經幫我問咗㗎啦。即係我相信大家最關注咧，都係成立獨立調查委員會呢個問題。咁頭先你自己都話，其實獨立調查委員會都係其中一個方法之一。咁其實都過咗3個月啦，警監會都 做唔到啲咩實質嘅行動？點解你唔可以兩樣一齊做呢？咁好啦，你話去到幾個月之後，警監會先至會睇晒嗰721啊、831發生咗啲咩事。咁如果你到時就發覺原來警察係捉錯人嘅，咁你而家警察係冇 number 冇成，你到時點樣去解決呢個問題？咁同埋其實喺7月嘅時候有200萬人上街嘅時候，點解嗰陣時你唔出嚟聽我哋嘅民意？點解你今日要抽150個人嚟聽？即係你覺得呢150個人係可以代表到嗰200萬人？咁我大致上嘅問題就係咁樣，希望你可以真係確實地答到我哋咁多個頭先我哋真正想問嘅問題。唔該。
好多謝你。C46，請 C46。C46唔發言住。OK。我哋喺 C 區而家即刻抽翻一個出嚟，大家介唔介意？C22，請。
特首同各位局長，你哋好。咁聽到頭先咁多位嘅提問啦，咁我呢度都有啲問題想問翻各位嘅。首先，我諗香港有咁多民怨，其中一樣嘢就係房屋問題嚇。咁希望大家可以喺呢方面着重啲去解決。咁除此之外咧，其實呢3個月裏邊發生咗咁多事，我諗我哋其實真係好需要去成立呢個獨立調查委員會，而呢個獨立調查委員會咧，針對個對象係乜嘢？我哋應該係我建議啦嚇，委任退休嘅法官同埋社會人士調查今次暴動背後嘅原因。如果係有議員參與，全部應該停職調查。當然有警察係做得唔合理嘅地方，亦都需要去調查。但係並非淨係針對警察，我相信好多人都有責任，其中包括教師、社福會嘅人、宗教團體，佢哋有鼓動一啲學生市民上街嘅。我唔認為學生應該參與政治，佢哋思想未夠成熟。就算成人，政治咁複雜嘅問題，係咪我哋個個人都明白？更何況係學生。另外，司法公正問題，當執法者嚴正執法嘅時候，之後捉到人，有足夠證據，點解法官可以有一個不公嘅判決？我哋嘅法例究竟出現咗咩問題？係咪應該檢討？另外仲有政府部門，其實有好多部門冇盡責。教育部應該要問責現任嘅局長，放任辱國言論同埋行為，恢復中史教育。另外，通識科內容應該受到監管。另外，每個國家都有國民教育，我哋應該加入去。新聞處稱第四權嘅媒體假記者泛濫，甚至嚴重影響執法，協助逃犯，抹黑政府同埋執法部門，為禍人間。政府應該嚴厲監管記者發牌同埋操守，尤其係香港電台出政府糧反政府，應該由內向外
完全重整，做官方嘅呢個頻道應該做翻佢應該做嘅嘢。OK， 好。
唔好意思，好，多謝你。A27，邊位 A27？請。
林太你好，各位官員你哋好，我係一個和理非嘅人嚟嘅，而且咧我係唔支持港獨，我亦都咧好似嗰位先生咁，我希望你哋落實咁樣咧去做一國兩制，係真係當時講嘅一國兩制，河水不犯井水 ，OK， 而唔係而家個變咗質，俾你哋慢慢將上高嘅制度去攞落嚟，你哋不停咁樣去將嗰條線不停咁樣褪後。我哋已經去到退無可退啦，林太，今晚係一個對話會、對答會，但係每一次啦，你喺記者面前咧，人哋問嘅問題係好有質素㗎。你每一次記者會我都有聽，佢哋有問題好有質素、好有 point， 但係你係迴避啊！你不停咁樣迴避，不停咁樣去用語言藝術去兜圈，你令到廣大市民好失望啊！連我一個只不過普通市民，我冇好似你哋咁樣去睇呢個政府架構裏邊受咁多嘅政治嘅 training 嘅時，我都聽得出你喺度迴避緊我哋咁樣嘅一個特首，點會得到大家支持呢？我想問。跟住啦，我想講今日你用一個咁大嘅熒幕喺一個對話會裏邊，你話落嚟同我哋對話，你只係俾我哋每人3分鐘。我想問你話你對所有人一視同仁，你去同政商界傾偈嘅時候，你會唔會同政商界嘅朋友講？我淨係俾3分鐘你哋講，我相信你唔會咁講咯。點解到你話要來同佢傾偈嘅時候，我只係想3分鐘，跟住仲要我講完3分鐘，你聽完晒之後你就答啦。對答唔係咁㗎，係不停咁樣，你 feed 俾我，我 feed 俾你，跟住大家先有 interaction 㗎。你願唔願意而家咁樣同我做啊？同埋我想話俾你聽，林太對國家嘅尊重咧，唔係透過國教，唔係透過叫人哋尊重國歌、尊重國旗，唔係咁噶。尊重咧係發自內心噶。我細個都係睇住事頭婆嗰張相，跟住夜晚唱個個揸住個兜。英國冇話我侮辱佢噶，但係點解而家大家咁 sensitive 咧？點解少少嘢就話你侮辱我？大家個侮辱我你冇？我覺得你對大家唔係一視同仁咯。你淨係爭取攞政商界嘅支持，你覺得你數夠票你可以過，你就已經覺得唔需要聽我哋講嘢，直至到你覺得咦唔係喎，個社會氣氛好過分喎，即係好可能你已經承受唔到咯，你先開始去慢慢一步一步咁樣去話落嚟同我哋對話，話同我哋講。但係你知唔知你上一次講話嗰班人係 no start in the society 係幾 hurt 大家？每人應該係人人平等㗎，呢個社會，點解你會覺得佢哋係？你咁樣形容佢哋，我覺得你可能係一個好叻嘅官員。我同意你可能係好打得，你可能做官做咗好多年，無風無浪，好似嗰位小姐講，你好叻。但係可能你只係一個好叻嘅行政人員，你真係唔係好適合做一個從政者 politician。一個好嘅 politician 咧係凝聚啊，唔係令到社會撕裂啊。我咁大個人喺呢度咁多年土生土長，我未見過香港有咁多日嘅遊行示威，有咁多人參與，咁多中學生去人列，你幫我去發動佢哋啊，我都唔知點發動啊。我知我過晒事啊，但係就係因為你呢個制度只係俾3分鐘我啊，我仲好想講俾你聽，點解有近因，點解有遠因，有咁多，但係你有冇俾機會我去講啊？你而家會唔會同我對話？如果你真係想知道大家嘅民意嘅時候，你願唔願意公投啊？你可以俾大家去公投，我都唔敢講話我代表幾多人。但係你如果願意俾人公投嘅時候，你咪聽到市民嘅聲音咯。我希望大家唔好介意我講多咗，大家同唔同意應該俾市民一人一票去選一個代表我哋嘅特首，一個代表我哋嘅立法會，唔係由一個1200人，嗰1200人裏邊我數唔到任何一個人代表到我嘅聲音啊！立法會我亦都數唔到有幾多個人真係代表到我。林太，我哋真係好 desperate。多謝你。Sorry，
唔緊要，我哋希望俾多啲其他朋友可以發言啦。想回 OK。
我好願意係互動嘅， 事實上，我哋嘅對話嘅形式，我曾經講過，亦都係我哋做緊嘅咧。有一啲叫深度嘅互動，3個小時、4個小時就係10零個人。如果呢位女士或者其他嘅朋友有興趣，可以話俾我哋聽，我哋可以安排呢啲深度閉門嘅，因為深度嘅時候好多人都唔希望係喺公開場合做，係好願意去做。今日嘅安排亦都係首場嘅對話。如果大家覺得個安排係可以改善，我哋亦都一定會聽大家嘅意見。好多謝呢位朋友對我個人嘅提點嚇。我喺競選期間曾經以個口號係同行 ，We Connect。2年落嚟，我喺呢度做得唔好，不但止有人形容係 disconnect， 甚至有啲離地。我未明白，我知道嘅。咁所以係希望能夠可以改善。另外，我哋上任嘅時候，我同我嘅班子，我哋話我哋嘅管治風格係要關心、聆聽同埋行動。我哋聽得唔夠，所以我哋嘅行動俾人感覺係一意孤行。但係請你哋明白理解，我哋嘅關心香港社會嗰份嘅關心仍然喺度。只要有一個機會，我哋會透過我哋保持住對於香港社會、對於每一位市民嘅關心，聽多啲，用心去聽，唔好等到有啲事浮晒上面，我哋先至知道嗰件事喺社會原來觸碰咗一啲市民內心裏邊嗰個感受。咁所以呢個工作咧，喺未來日子裏邊一定會好努力去做。多謝你。
多謝 B22，鄭先生。
林太，四位司長，你哋好。我自己一個和理非，土生土長，都幾廿年啦。由港英政府到而家，以前細細個見到好多嘢都好公平，個個都好開心。雖然大家都好似好窮，好似冇乜錢咁樣，但係到今日，表面上睇到好似歌舞升平，或者係個個都有錢，但係我覺得好似而家社會好分化。我同即係各位都係一樣，可能都幾廿年有小朋友有家庭。我唔知點將我嗰個香港美好嘅香港交俾我下一代。我好驚，點解咧？社會分化好緊要，每個禮拜我都好驚出去，唔知會有邊度又斬人，唔知邊度又不斷咁打咁樣。我同我屋企人、我老婆、我小朋友都好驚。咁政府可唔可以幫到我咧？另一方面就係話，好多人講5大訴求缺一不可。阿林太已經回應一個訴求，剩翻4個。我好務實嘅，我係和理非。我相信好大部，我唔敢係去代表任何人啦。但係我相信，如果政府成立獨立調查委員會嘅話咧，會有一部分嘅市民係會接受嘅。雖然另外3個訴求仲未得到，但係我強調一點，好多市民都係好務實。希望政府可以盡快回應，成立獨立調查委員會。呢個委員會並唔係要針對警方。喺我印象之中，警方以往都係專業嘅。今天係專業咧，或者交俾獨立調查委員會去睇。唔係淨係睇警方，睇下呢一個嘅逃犯條例到今天究竟邊度出問題咧？其實喺港英政府嗰陣時，暴動都有成立呢個委員會，做咗之後，港英政府做咗好多民生上嘅嘢。我希望林太可以聽下 我呢個沉默大多數嘅意見。做咗委員會之後，盡快回復翻以往嘅香港，希望可以將我呢個美好嘅香港交俾我嘅仔女，交俾我下一代。我唔想到我下一代嗰陣時，香港立立亂，七國咁亂。林太，希望你可以聽下我哋意見，唔該。
多謝你，C44。
特首、各位官員同埋熱愛香港嘅各位市民，大家好。咁好高興可以發言。咁我聽咗前面咁多位嘅發言，我覺得大家嘅關注嘅點都好窄，都淨係關注喺香港。咁香港唔係單單只係自己噶嘛，佢會同其他地區、同周邊嘅地理、周邊唔同嘅國家內地會有互動聯繫嘅。咁我就都係就翻，我想跳出呢個話題，多講下香港嘅發展。咁唔好淨係就住淨係之前暴力示威警察各方面嘅問題，咁去講啲內容。咁我希望我最後個問題會引到去即係年輕人發展啦、香港經濟以及房屋呢個最主要嘅問題上邊。咁我淨係講幾個數據嗱，我睇過嚟到香港之後咧，我就睇咗啲資料嘅。第一啦，香港嘅樓價冠絕全球嘅。咁第二，基利係數都係逐年升高嘅。咁第三點就係香港嘅自住房屋嘅比例咧，得50多少少，比其他地方都好差。仲有個數據就係，如果你住到700尺家嘅話咧，你已經超過咗90%嘅香港人啦。咁呢個係香港嘅現狀。咁我再講其他。咁香港係毗鄰深圳嘅，咁係喺中國嘅南中國海華南區域嘅一個特別行政區。咁佢都係大灣區入邊一個重要嘅城市呢個係我所知道嘅。咁最近發生咗示威，我亦都查過啲數據，睇嗰啲數據。香港嘅每年嚟香港嘅旅客有6600萬人次加嚇，舊年嘅數據。咁而家已經下跌咗40%有加㗎啦。咁喺呢啲綜合嘅狀況之下，發生咗依家嘅事情。我再講幾個例子，就係我見到嘅警長示威嘅。第一，國旗被污衊；第二，國徽被噴塗；第三就係教師出卷係有受警情緒嘅。咁第四就係大家破壞燒咗中環站 Central 香港嘅 Central， 見到呢啲真係好痛心嘅。咁如果喺呢啲狀況之下，釋放咗俾周邊地區，釋放咗佔比喺嗰個旅遊入邊有2000萬人次加嘅內地旅客一個我唔知大家會唔會咁睇重啦，但係始終係一個好大嘅經濟嘅一個contribution factor 嚟嘅contributor 嚟嘅。咁如果喺咁嘅狀況之下，香港未來呢個經濟如何走，同埋喺呢種情況之下，租金當然係會下降啊。咁年輕人好多做呢啲嘅都係蒙住面嘅年輕人。咁我想知呢個年輕人喺呢種咁嘅情況之下，佢如何？局長你哋政府你哋有咩方法去解決呢種咁嘅問題，以及喺你哋有咩明確嘅施政嘅策略同埋方案，去引導到年輕人未來係有機會擁有房屋啦，或者有更好嘅向上游嘅嗰個機會，有咁嘅明確嘅政策，呢個係我好想知道嘅。咁依家喺呢種狀況之下，就更加想知道得快啲啦。
好，
咁我講完。
完成第二輪嘅發言。特首仲有冇補充？
我再補充幾句，因為剛才係集中回應嗰位女士，希望我哋有一個互動嘅。首先咧，呢位先生我哋一定會聽意見嘅。一向沉默嘅大多數，今次好願意發聲，我哋一定願意聽呢個意見。我同你一樣，同埋好多香港人都一樣，呢幾個月嘅香港好似係唔係我哋熟悉嘅香港嚇。咁所以點樣能夠將香港回復翻去我哋熟悉嘅香港？好似你講，我哋願意交俾下一代嘅香港，係我哋共同嘅努力。但係正如我開場白講咧，我哋應該係負最大責任。作為特區政府咧，我哋係負最大嘅責任。第二，我想講咧，一國兩制係冇變到質嘅， 一國兩制仍然係確保我哋可以有一個我哋熟悉嘅香港，一個可以好安穩交俾下一代嘅香港。但一國兩制都有底線，等於我哋每一個人都有一啲底線。咁所以我都希望，亦都呼籲大家咧，我哋一齊去尊重一國兩制嘅底線，然後將我哋好熟悉、好擁抱嘅香港嘅制度喺一國兩制之下將佢保存落嚟。第三就係有兩位朋友提到有一啲其他嘅問題，無論係青年啊、房屋啊、向上流動啊、經濟嗰個架構嘅組織，呢個正正係我9月4號4項行動裏邊嘅第4項。我哋希望能夠邀請到一啲社會嘅領袖、一啲學者，同我哋一齊探究呢啲嘅問題。佢哋都可以好獨立咁去探究呢啲嘅問題，然後尋到一個解決嘅方法。等到我哋有呢個信心，我哋交俾下一代嘅香港，起碼喺呢啲深層次嘅問題裏邊有一個好啲嘅解決嘅方向。跟住係關於好具體喺新屋嶺嘅事件裏邊，呢樣事件我同警務嘅同事係講過傾過。呢個新屋嶺係一個拘留中心，佢唔係一個常設愛嚟做拘留嘅地方，但係因為有一次係拘捕嘅人數比較多，咁所以要啟動嗰個中心嚟到用。但鑑於大家對於佢嘅運作係有一啲嘅關注，咁樣我知道警務嘅高層已經唔再用呢個中心。當日喺個中心運用嘅時候，有冇出現咗一啲比較程序上，我只能會講咧係程序上嘅混亂，或許有，因為人數係比較多，參與嘅律師咧亦都係比較多。但係至於其他嘅指控咧，亦都係需要嚟到去認真去睇、去審視。咁所以呢個亦都係好似612、721、831喺監警會咧，佢哋會重點再睇喺呢個新屋嶺嘅拘留中心裏邊有冇發生咗好多人而家喺度指控嗰啲事。所以每一件事其實我哋都唔會輕輕放過，都會好認真去審視，希望將個事實擺喺大家嘅眼前。最後我再次重申啦，我哋呢一種嘅安排係可以改變嘅。咁所以如果大家認為我哋只係同百幾位人士傾，係應該唔夠時間，係應該用其他方法，我哋好願意嚇，亦都好廣泛，所以並不話我特別又有一啲嘅場合係同政商界去傾。我而家最重要嘅係呢啲面向市民大眾嘅對話嘅平台，希望大家咧亦都能夠繼續積極咁去參與。多謝大家。
多謝咁多位朋友大家嘅分享，因為大家頭先喺分享嘅過程當中咧，所提到嘅好多嘅事情，其實都牽涉到咧係一國兩制。一國兩制係前所未有，亦都世界上冇乜先例。點樣落實好一國兩制，喺我哋香港大家都係共同希望能夠做得到，亦都係一個關鍵嘅所在。所以頭先有朋友提到基本法45條有關普選，基本法45條寫明普選行政長官係最終嘅目標。我哋要達到呢個目標，我就必須要喺一國兩制嘅框架之下，喺基本法所定嘅嗰個框架之下，點樣能夠可以揾到一個適當嘅平衡點嚟去做。我哋過去努力過，但係我哋喺討論嘅過程當中，可能我哋喺呢個最核心嘅一國兩制問題上邊冇機會能夠充分去討論。過去嘅日子裏邊，我哋努力希望同各方溝通，造成普選，我哋需要中央政府嘅同意、行政長官同意、立法會2/3嘅議員同意，要有溝通先得嘅。所以呢個係第一樣嘢我哋要做。頭先剛才有個朋友講到香港嘅機遇、香港嘅發展機會。香港發展機會就係在於我哋一國兩制，就係在於我哋獨特嘅制度。粵港澳大灣區俾到我哋嘅就係如果我哋發揮好一國兩制，就能夠發揮好呢個區域經濟嘅發展，就能夠俾到我哋每一個人喺經濟、生活、民生上邊多一個選擇。所以呢個唔係點樣融咗落去一國裏邊。所以盼望嘅係希望能夠我哋有機會 嚟去睇一國兩制呢個問題上，有啲更深度嘅嚟去討論同埋交流。社會上有人會覺得政府嘅政策制度係咪過去太過偏重一國咧，忽略咗兩制？亦都有朋友話：我哋係咪淨係睇我哋自己嘅制度，而唔去睇一國，唔去睇國家嘅主權、安全等等嘅問題？呢啲嘅矛盾點樣嚟去疏解？點樣能夠揾到呢？咪就係要大家要換位思考，了解一國，了解兩制，從而揾到個合適嘅路嚟去走。我相信呢個係我哋共同所有嘅，希望能夠做得到，但亦都係一個最具挑戰性嘅。所以希望透過對話，亦都能夠做到呢一方面嘅工作。
好，跟住我哋收第3輪嘅發言。A57 係 B39 係咪度？喺度。C47 OK。A61係咪紅衫嗰位？係。B43係。C14 OK。好，請 A57。
係林太，各位局長你哋好。咁其實喺呢3個月啦，咁都發生咗好多嘅唔同嘅事件啦。咁但係其實啱先林太都講到自己係好清楚你同香港人係 disconnect 嘅。咁既然係咁嘅話，你每一次都係好口號式咁講，但係冇真正實際咁去做，點解你唔直接落去？即係而家喺醫館出邊，其實已經有好多嘅示威者係想表達佢哋嘅意見，亦都講緊口號。咁點解你唔去直接去同示威者接觸，而只係抽150位嘅人士，淨係講3分鐘呢？咁同埋我主要有2個問題想問嘅。其實目前為止啦，已經拘捕咗1000多名嘅示威者啦。咁但係你睇每一次睇到直播，見到咁多未成年嘅青少年被人拘捕，甚至係一啲好多無辜可能係行過或者只係參扶示威者嘅人，俾人哋打到成身血，又冇人可以，又唔可以揾律師，甚至係一啲只係得10歲或者13歲嘅小童，都係喺冇任何嘅社工陪同之下，冇俾人哋去帶去警察，但係唔知發生咩事。而且要佢哋可能係簽好多佢哋唔知道發生、唔知係咩嘢嘅文件，先至可以有機會可以離開警署。其實點解林太你之前係寧願去探呢個嘅八達通機去睇呢個嘅地鐵，但係你就唔去新屋嶺去了解下我哋即係被捕嘅人士，或者係721或者831受傷嘅市民呢？咁其實我係覺得呢件事係講唔通嘅。咁同埋我其實都好期待阿盧偉聰先生可以出現嘅。其實佢最近去咗邊呢？佢真係好耐冇喺電視機出現過。每一次都係記招見到好多其他嘅警務人員同我哋講話，佢哋用緊適當嘅武力。但係其實催淚彈嘅殘餘物係影響緊成個社會，而同埋橡膠子彈同埋海綿彈，甚至而家出動嘅水炮車個威力其實都好大，係影響緊成個社會，令到好多人都好驚，而仲可唔可以出街？每一次出街都要諗，我要帶啲人去邊一度呢？尤其是係有小朋友嘅話，但係催淚彈嘅煙其實可能會影響到成個社區，連小朋友可能無辜吸咗，或者係一啲動物吸咗，其實都係影響過。咁其實你有咩措施可以幫呢啲，即係而家已經有呢個問題嘅時候，你有咩措施去改善翻個社區？點樣可以確保啲殘餘物唔會再留喺呢個社會度呢？同埋正如啱先講啦，新屋嶺嘅問題，同埋呢個嘅成立獨立調查委員會，我覺得都係必須嘅。尤其是係831網上流傳有人警方有打死人嘅問題。咁如果其實唯一消除公眾疑慮嘅方法就係公開個 CCTV 係要完整嘅，冇截圖嘅。究竟林太你可唔可以直接喺呢一個對話之前，可以俾一個承諾俾我哋150日，同埋喺電視機上嘅市民清晰交代你嚟緊會係用咩具體措施嚟去挽回信心，同埋點樣可以重整警隊呢個濫捕或者係一啲私刑嘅問題呢？唔該晒你。
多謝你。B39 B39係請。
係長官好。咁其實我自己覺得今日係一個對話嘅話咧，我都想回應翻特首佢對我哋嘅回應，就好似我有我講，你有你做，就好似一個行山論咁樣。政府同市民一齊去行山，政府一直帶我哋去行，但係又迷路，又行錯路，賴晒嘢咁樣。直到去到一個分岔路嘅時候，市民同你講：喂，我要用呢種方法去咁樣行。政府依然都係話：我要你去跟我呢一套咁樣嘅形式去做。呢個就係我今日嘅感覺。其實我想講嘅咧，其實5大訴求必須回應。當然訴求裏邊有大，亦都有細嘅。普遍嘅，我相信都係成立呢個獨立調查委員會，特別去調查元朗721，因為我覺得嗰日嘅事件係個好大嘅轉捩點嚟。白衣人無差別咁樣攻擊市民，警隊嘅執法存在問題，但係呢啲咁嘅問題一直都冇得到一個公義嘅彰顯同埋解決。其實我哋喺電台裏邊或者係一啲媒體裏邊都清楚知道嗰日係發生咗啲咩事。特別某一啲議員，居然喺 Facebook 裏邊煽動仇恨，用以暴易暴嘅方法，無差別攻擊市民，製造白色恐怖。但係呢啲咁嘅人，居然仲喺立法會裏邊囂張跋扈。我覺得絕對需要成立一個獨立調查委員會，就算你係單一咁樣去獨立嗰一日嘅事件都好，都係一個方法，去到令到市民對政府嗰種公信力，或者係對警隊嘅執法能力重新去體會，到底呢個政府係咪有幫我哋做過嘢？至於你講嘅監警會，其實普遍市民，包括我所聽到嘅聲音裏邊，都係行之而無效。既然有人話香港電台收政府嘅錢係應該要幫政府去講嘢嘅話，咁呢個電台係咪有問題呢？如果咁樣嘅話，佢只係報導一個真相出嚟，都覺得係有問題嘅話，其實佢個功能係唔啱，係咪應該要解散？居然有人會咁樣問。收政府錢就要幫政府講嘢，唔係將真相去還原。呢一個就係公義嘅問題。如果係咁嘅話，一個冇辦法去執行佢應有嘅職務嘅警隊，咁係咪又應該要解散？我嘅發言喺呢度。
多謝你。C47。請。
Without objection, the Chair reserves the right to recess the hearing at any time. The presidential oath of office requires the President of the United States to do two things: faithfully execute his or her office and protect and defend the Constitution. That oath, of course, cannot be honored if the President does not first defend the country. If our national security is jeopardized, if our country is left undefended, the necessity to faithfully execute the office becomes moot. Where there is no country, there is no office to execute. And so the duty to defend the nation is foundational to the President's responsibilities. But what of this second responsibility, to defend the Constitution? What does that really mean? The founders were not speaking, of course, of a piece of parchment. Rather, they were expressing the obligation of the President to defend the institutions of our democracy, to defend our system of checks and balances that the Constitution enshrines, to defend the rule of law, a principle upon which the idea of America was born, that we're a nation of laws, not men. If we do not defend the nation, there is no Constitution. But if we do not defend the Constitution, there is no nation, worth defending. Yesterday, we were presented with the most graphic evidence yet that the President of the United States has betrayed his oath of office, betrayed his oath to defend our national security, and betrayed his oath to defend our Constitution. For yesterday, we were presented with a record of a call between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine, in which the President, our President, sacrificed our national security and our Constitution for his personal political benefit. To understand how he did so, we must first understand just how overwhelmingly dependent Ukraine is on the United States, militarily, financially, diplomatically, and in every other way. And not just on the United States, but on the person of the President. Ukraine was invaded by its neighbor, by our common adversary, by Vladimir Putin's Russia. It remains occupied by Russian irregular forces in a long, simmering war. Ukraine desperately needs our help, and for years we have given it, and on a bipartisan basis. That is until 2 months ago, when it was held up inexplicably by President Trump. It is in this context, after a brief congratulatory call from President Trump to President Zelensky on April 21st, and after the President's personal emissary, Rudy Giuliani, made it abundantly clear to Ukrainian officials over several months that the President wanted dirt on his political opponent, it is in this context that the new President of Ukraine would speak to Donald Trump over the phone on July 25th. President Zelensky, eager to establish himself at home as a friend of the President of the most powerful nation on earth, had at least two objectives: get a meeting with the President and get more military help. And so what happened on that call? Zelensky begins by ingratiating himself, and he tries to enlist the support of the President. He expresses his interest in meeting with the President and says his country wants to acquire more weapons from us to defend itself. And what is the President's response? Well, it reads like a classic organized crime shakedown. Shorn of its rambling character and in not so many words, this is the essence of what the President communicates. We've been very good to your country, very good. No other country has done as much as we have. But you know what? I don't see much reciprocity here. I hear what you want. I have a favor I want from you, though. And I'm going to say this only 7 times, so you better listen good. I want you to make up dirt on my political opponent, understand lots of it, on this and on that. I'm going to put you in touch with people, and not just any people. I'm going to put you in touch with Attorney General of the United States, my Attorney General, Bill Barr. He's got the whole weight of the American law enforcement behind him. And I'm going to put you in touch with Rudy. You're going to love him, trust me. You know what I'm asking, and so I'm only going to say this a few more times, in a few more ways. And by the way, don't call me again. I'll call you when you've done what I asked. This is, in character, what the President was trying to communicate with the President of Ukraine. It would be funny if it wasn't such a graphic betrayal of the President's oath of office. But as it does represent a real betrayal, there's nothing the President says here that is in America's interest, after all. It is instead the most consequential form of tragedy, for it forces us to confront the remedy the founders provided for such a flagrant abuse of office: impeachment. Now, this matter would not have come to the attention of our committee or the nation's attention without the courage of a single person, the whistleblower. As you know, Director Maguire, more so than perhaps any other area of government since we deal with classified information, the Intelligence Committee is dependent on whistleblowers to reveal wrongdoing when it occurs, when the agencies do not self-report, because outside parties are not allowed to scrutinize your work and to guide us. If that system is allowed to break down, as it did here, If whistleblowers come to understand that they will not be protected, one of two things happen. Serious wrongdoing goes unreported, or whistleblowers take matters into their own hands and divulge classified information to the press in violation of the law and placing our national security at risk. This is why the whistleblower system is so vital to us, and why your handling of this urgent complaint is also so troubling. Today we can say for the first time since we have released this morning the whistleblower complaint that you have marked unclassified, that the substance of this call is a core issue, although by no means the only issue raised by the whistleblower's complaint, which was shared with the committee for the first time only late yesterday. By law, the whistleblower complaint, which brought this gross misconduct to light, should have been presented to this committee weeks ago, and by you, Mr. Director, under the clear letter of the law. And yet it wasn't. Director Maguire, I was very pleased when you were named acting director. If Sue Gordon was not going to remain, I was grateful that a man of your superb military background was chosen. A Navy SEAL for 36 years and director of the National Counterterrorism Center since December 2018. Your credentials are impressive. And in the limited interactions that we have had since you became director of NCTC, you have struck me as a good and decent man, which makes your actions over the last month all the more bewildering. Why you chose not to provide the complaint to this committee as required by law. Why you chose to seek a second opinion on whether shall really means shall under the statute. Why you chose to go to a department led by a man, Bill Barr, who himself is implicated in the complaint and believes that he exists to serve the interest of the President, not the office itself, mind you, or the public interest, but the interest of the person of Donald Trump. Why you chose to allow the subject of the complaint to play a role in deciding whether Congress would ever see the complaint. Why you stood silent when an intelligence professional under your care and protection was ridiculed by the President, was accused of potentially betraying his or her country, when that whistleblower, by their very act of coming forward, has shown more dedication to country, more of an understanding of the President's oath of office than the President himself. We look forward to your explanation. Ranking Member Nunes.
Thank the gentleman. I want to congratulate the Democrats on the rollout of their latest information warfare operation against the President and their extraordinary ability to once again enlist the mainstream media in their campaign. This operation began with media reports from the prime instigators of the Russia collusion hoax, that a whistleblower is claiming President Trump made nefarious promise to a foreign leader. The released transcript of that call has already debunked that central assertion. But that didn't matter. The Democrats simply moved the goalposts and began claiming that there doesn't need to be a quid pro quo for this conversation to serve as the basis for impeaching the President. Speaker Pelosi went further when asked earlier if she would put brakes on impeachment if the transcript turned out to be benign. She responded, quote, "So there you go. If the whistleblower operation doesn't work out, the Democrats and their media, we have candidates, quote, we have many candidates for impeachable offenses." That was her quote. So there you go. If the whistleblower operation doesn't work out, the Democrats and their media assets can always drum up something else. And what other information has come to light since the original false report of a promise being made? We've learned the following. The complaint relied on hearsay evidence provided by the whistleblower. The Inspector General did not know the contents of the phone call at issue. The Inspector General found the whistleblower displayed arguable political bias against Trump. The Department of Justice investigated the complaint and determined no action was warranted. The Ukrainian president denies being pressured by President Trump. So once again, this supposed scandal ends up being nothing like what we were told, and once again, the Democrats, their media mouthpieces, and a cabal of leakers are ginning up a fake story with no regard to the monumental damage they're causing to our public institutions and to trust in government, and without acknowledging all the false stories they propagated in the past, including countless allegations that Trump campaign colluded with Russia to hack the 2016 election. We're supposed to forget about all those stories, but believe this one. In short, what we have with this storyline is another Steele dossier. I'll note here that in the Democrats' mania to overturn the 2016 elections, everything they touch gets hopelessly politicized. With the Russia hoax, it was our intelligence agencies which were turned into a political weapon to attack the president. And now today, the whistleblower process is the casualty. Until about a week ago, the need to protect that process was a primary bipartisan concern of this committee. But if the Democrats were really concerned with defending that process, they would have pursued this matter with a quiet, sober inquiry, as we do for all whistleblowers. But that would have been useless for them. They don't want answers. They want a public spectacle. And so we've been treated to an unending parade of press releases, press conferences, and fake news stories. This hearing itself is another example. Whistleblower inquiries should not be held in public at all. As our Senate counterparts, both Democrats and Republicans, obviously understand, their hearing with Mr. Maguire is behind closed doors. But again, that only makes sense when your goal is to get information, not to create a media frenzy. The current hysteria has something else in common with the Russia hoax. Back then, they accused the Trump campaign of colluding with Russians when the Democrats themselves were colluding with Russians and preparing the Steele dossier. Today, they accuse the president of pressuring Ukrainians to take actions that would help himself or hurt his political opponents. And yet, there are numerous examples of Democrats doing the exact same thing. Joe Biden bragged that he extorted the Ukrainians into firing a prosecutor who happened to be investigating Biden's own son. 3 Democratic senators wrote a letter pressuring the Ukrainian general prosecutor to reopen the investigation into former Trump campaign officials. Another Democratic senator went to Ukraine and pressured the Ukrainian president not to investigate corruption allegations involving Joe Biden's son. According to Ukrainian officials, the Democratic National Committee contractor Alexandra Chalupa tried to get Ukrainian officials to provide dirt on Trump associates and tried to get the former Ukrainian president to comment publicly on alleged ties to Russia. Ukrainian official Sergei Leshchenko was a source for Nellie Orr, wife of Department of Justice official Bruce Orr, as she worked on the anti-Trump operation conducted by Fusion GPS and funded by the Democrats. And of course, Democrats on this very committee negotiated with people who they thought were Ukrainians in order to obtain nude pictures of Trump. People can reasonably ask why the Democrats are so determined to impeach this president, when in just a year, they'll have a chance. In fact, one Democratic congressman, one of the first to call for Trump's impeachment, gave us the answer when he said, quote, "I'm concerned that if we don't impeach the president, he will get reelected," unquote. Winning elections is hard, and when you compete, you have no guarantee you'll win. But the American people do have a say in them. They made their voices heard in the last presidential election. This latest gambit by the Democrats to overturn the people's mandate is unhinged and dangerous. They should end the entire dishonest, grotesque spectacle and get back to work to solving problems, which is what every member of this committee was sent here to do. Judging by today's charade, the chances of that happening anytime soon are 0 to none. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Director, would you rise for the oath and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. The record will reflect that the witness has been duly sworn. Director Maguire, would you agree that the whistleblower complaint alleges serious wrongdoing by the President of the United States?
Mr. Chairman, the whistleblower...
Well, actually, I apologize, Director. Let me recognize you for your opening statement, and you may take as much time as you need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Nunes, and members of the committee, good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking the Chairman and the committee for agreeing to postpone this hearing for 1 week. This provided sufficient time to allow the executive branch to successfully complete its consultations regarding how to accommodate the committee's request. Mr. Chairman, I've told you this on several occasions, and I would like to say this publicly. I respect you, I respect this committee, and I welcome and take seriously the committee's oversight role. During my confirmation process to be the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, I told the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence that congressional oversight of the intelligence activities is critical and essential to successful operations with the intelligence community. Having served as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center for 8 months and as the acting director of national intelligence for the past 6 weeks, I continue to believe strongly that the role of congressional oversight. As I pledged to the Senate, I pledge to you today that I will continue to work closely with Congress while I'm serving either in this capacity as acting director of national counterterrorism or when I return to the National Counterterrorism Center to ensure you are fully and currently informed of intelligence activities to facilitate your ability to perform your oversight of the intelligence community. The American people expect us to keep them safe. The intelligence community cannot do that without this committee's support. Before I turn to the matter of hand, there are a few things I would like to say. I am not partisan, and I am not political. I believe in a life of service, and I am honored to be a public servant. I served under 8 presidents while I was in uniform. I have taken the oath to the Constitution 11 times. The first time when I was sworn into the United States Navy in 1974, and 9 times during my subsequent promotions in the United States Navy. Most recently, former Director Dan Coates administered the oath of office last December when I became the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. I agree with you. The oath is sacred. It's the foundation of our Constitution. The oath to me means not only that I swear true faith and allegiance to that sacred document, but more importantly, I view it as a covenant I have with my workforce that I lead and every American, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of my office. I come from a long line of public servants who have stepped forward even in the most difficult times and austere times to support and defend our country. When I took my uniform off in July of 2010, it was the first time in 70 years that an immediate member of my family was not wearing the cloth of the nation. As a Naval Special Warfare Officer, I had the honor of commanding at every level in the SEAL community. It was at times very demanding, but the rewards of serving in America's Special Operations community more than make up for the demands. After my retirement, I was fortunate to work for a great private sector firm. I left the business world after 3 years to lead a nonprofit charity. Some question why I would leave a promising business career to run a charity. The answer was quite simple. It was another opportunity to serve. I led a foundation dedicated to honoring the sacrifice of our fallen and severely wounded special operators. The foundation I led enabled hundreds of children of our fallen to attend college. It was extremely meaningful and rewarding. In the winter of 2018, I was asked by former Director Dan Coates to return to government service to lead the National Counterterrorism Center. This request was totally unexpected and was not a position I sought. But then again, it was another opportunity to serve my country. In particular, I knew that many of the young sailors and junior officers that I had trained 20 years earlier were now senior combat veterans, deploying and still sacrificing. I decided if they could continue to serve, returning to government service was the very least I could do. And now, here I am, sitting before you as the Acting Director of National Intelligence. With last month's departure of Dan Coates and Sue Gordon, two exceptional leaders and friends, I was asked to step into their very big shoes and lead the intelligence community until the President nominates and the Senate confirms the next Director of National Intelligence. I accepted this responsibility because I love this country. I have a deep and profound respect for the men and women of our intelligence community and the mission we execute every day on behalf of the American people. Throughout my career, I have served and led through turbulent times. I have governed every action by the following criteria. It must be legal, it must be moral, and it must be ethical. No one can take an individual's integrity away. It can only be given away. If every action meets those criteria, you will always be a person of integrity. In my nearly 4 decades of public service, my integrity has never been questioned until now. I'm here today to unequivocally state that as acting DNI, I will continue the same faithful and nonpartisan support in a matter that adheres to the Constitution and the laws of this great country, as long as I serve in this position for whatever period of time that may be. I want to make it clear that I have upheld my responsibility to follow the law every step of the way in the matter that is before us today. I want to also state my support for whistleblower and rights and the laws. Whistleblowing has a long history in our country, dating back to the Continental Congress. This is not surprising, because as a nation, we desire for good government. Therefore, we must protect those who demonstrate courage to report alleged wrongdoing, whether on the battlefield or in the workplace. Indeed, at the start of ethics training in the executive branch each year, we are reminded that public service is a public trust. And as public servants, we have a solemn responsibility to do what's right, which includes reporting concerns of waste, fraud, and abuse, and bringing such matters to the attention of Congress under the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act. I applaud all employees who come forward under this act. I am committed to ensuring that all whistleblower complaints are handled appropriately and to protecting the rights of whistleblowers. In this case, the complainant raised a matter with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. The Inspector General is properly protecting the complainant's identity and will not permit the complainant to be subject to any retaliation or adverse consequences for communicating the complaint to the Inspector General. Upholding the integrity of the intelligence community and the workforce is my #1 priority. Throughout my career, I relied on the men and women of the intelligence community to do their jobs so I could do mine, and I could personally attest that their efforts saved lives. I would now like to turn to the complaint and provide a general background on how we got to where we are today. On August 26th, the Inspector General forwarded a complaint to me from an employee in the intelligence community. The Inspector General stated that the complaint raised an urgent concern, a legally defined term under Whistleblower Protection Act that has been discussed at length in our letters to the committee on September 16 and 17. Before I turn to the discussion about whether the complaint meets the definition of urgent concern, I first want to talk about an even more fundamental issue. Upon reviewing the complaint, we were immediately struck by the fact that many of the allegations of the complaint are based on a conversation between the President and another foreign leader. Such calls are typically subject to executive privilege. As a result, we consulted with the White House counsel's office, and we were advised that much of the information in the complaint was, in fact, subject to executive privilege, a privilege that I do not have the authority to waive. Because of that, we were unable to immediately share the details of the complaint with this committee, but continued to consult with the White House counsels in an effort to do so. Yesterday, the President released the transcripts of the call in question, and therefore, we are now able to disclose the details of both complaint and the Inspector General's letter transmitting to us. As a result, I have provided the House and Senate Intelligence Committees with the full, unredacted complaint, as well as the Inspector General's letter. Let me also discuss the issue of urgent concern. When transmitting a complaint to me, the Inspector General took the legal position that because the complaint alleges matters of urgent concern, and because he found the allegations to be credible, I was required under the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act to forward the complaint to our oversight committees within 7 days of receiving it. As we have previously explained in our letters, urgent concern is a statutorily defined term. To be an urgent concern, the allegations must, in addition to being classified, assert a flagrant, serious problem, abuse, or violation of law, and relate to the funding, administration, or operation of an intelligent activity within the responsibility of the Director of National Intelligence. However, this complaint concerns conduct by someone outside the intelligence community, unrelated to funding, administration, or operation of an intelligence activity under my supervision. Because the allegation on the face did not appear to fall in the statutory framework, my office consulted with the United States Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel and we included the Inspector General in those consultations. After reviewing the complaint and the Inspector General's transmittal letter, the Office of Legal Counsel determined that the complaint's allegations do not meet the statutory requirement, definition concern, legal urgent concern, and found that I was not legally required to transmit the material to our Oversight Committee under the Whistleblower Protection Act. An unclassified version of that Office of Legal Counsel memo was publicly released. As you know, for those of us in the executive branch, Office of Legal Counsel opinions are binding on all of us. In particular, the Office of Legal Counsel opinion states that the President is not a member of the intelligence community, and the communication with the foreign leader involved no intelligence operation or activity aimed at collecting or analyzing foreign intelligence. While this OLC opinion did not require transmission of the complaint to the committees, it did leave me with the discretion to forward the complaint to the committee. However, given the executive privilege issues I discussed, neither the Inspector General nor I were able to share the details of the complaint at the time. When the Inspector General informed me that he still intended to notify the committees of the existence of the complaint, Mr. Chairman, I supported that decision to ensure the committees were kept as informed as possible of this process move forward. I want to raise a few other points about the situation we find ourselves in. First, I want to stress that I believe that the whistleblower and the Inspector General have acted in good faith throughout. I have every reason to believe that they have done everything by the book and followed the law, respecting the privileged nature of the information and patiently waiting while the executive privilege issues were resolved. Wherever possible, we have worked in partnership with the Inspector General on this matter. While we have differing opinions on the issue whether or not it is urgent concern, I strongly believe in the role of the Inspector General. I greatly value the independence he brings to, and his dedication and his role in keeping me and the committees informed of matters within the Intelligence Committee. Second, although executive privilege prevented us from sharing the details of the complaint with the committees until recently, this does not mean that the complaint was ignored. The Inspector General, in consultation with my office, referred this matter to the Department of Justice for investigation. Finally, I appreciate that in the past, whistleblower complaints may have been provided to Congress regardless of whether they were deemed credible or satisfied the urgent concern requirement. However, I am not familiar with any prior instances where a whistleblower complaint touched on such complicated and sensitive issues, including executive privilege. I believe that this matter is unprecedented. I believe that I handle this matter in full compliance with the law at all times. and I am committed to doing so, sir. I appreciate the committee providing me this opportunity to discuss this matter and the ongoing commitment to work with the Congress on your important oversight role. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Director. Would you agree that the whistleblower complaint alleges serious wrongdoing by the President of the United States?
The whistleblower complaint involved the allegation of that. It is not for me and the intelligence community to decide how the President conducts his foreign policy or his interaction with leaders of other countries, sir.
Well, I'm not asking you to opine on how the President conducts foreign policy. I'm asking you whether, as the statute requires, this complaint involved serious wrongdoing, in this case by the President of the United States, an allegation of serious wrongdoing by the President of the United States. Is that not the subject of this complaint?
Yes, that is the subject of the allegation of the complaint. And two things, Mr. Chairman.
And let me ask you about that. The Inspector General found that serious allegation of misconduct by the President credible. Did you also find that credible?
I did not criticize the Inspector General's decision on whether or not it was credible. My question was whether or not it meets the urgent concern and the 7-day time frame that would follow once I was notified.
My question,
so
Director.
I have no question in his judgment that he considers it a serious matter.
Well,
the issue that I dealt with.
And you would concur, would you not, Director, that this complaint alleging serious wrongdoing by the President was credible?
It's not for me to judge, sir.
It is for you to judge, apparently. I mean, I agree it's not for you to judge. You shall provide it to Congress. But indeed, you did judge whether this complaint should be provided to Congress. Can we at least agree that the Inspector General made a sound conclusion that this whistleblower complaint was credible?
That is correct. That is in the cover letter that's been provided to the committee. I believe that's also made public, the decision and the recommendation by the Inspector General that, in fact, the allegation was credible.
Can we also agree that it was urgent that if the President of the United States was withholding military aid to an ally, even as you received the complaint, and was doing so for a nefarious reason, that is, to exercise leverage over the President of Ukraine to dig up manufactured dirt on his opponent, can we agree that it was urgent while that aid was being withheld?
There are two things.
I'm talking about the common understanding of what urgent means, because Inspector General said this was urgent, not only in the statutory meaning, this was urgent as everyone understands that term. Can we agree that it was urgent?
It was urgent and important, but my job as the Director of National Intelligence was to comply with the Whistleblower Protection Act and adhere to the definition of urgent concern, which is a legal term.
And to adhere to the meaning of the term shall.
Yes, sir.
In this case, you sought a second opinion on whether shall really means shall by going to the White House.
No, sir. There were two things, as I said in my statement. One, it appeared that it also had matters of executive privilege. I am not authorized as the Director of National Intelligence to waive executive privilege.
And at any time over the last month that you held this complaint, did the White House assert executive privilege?
Mr. Chairman, I have endeavored.
I think that's a yes or no question. Did they ever assert executive privilege?
They were working through the executive privilege procedures and deciding whether or not to exert executive privilege. And
so they never exerted executive privilege. Is that the answer?
Mr. Chairman, if they did, we would not have released the letters yesterday and all the information that has been forthcoming.
Now, the first place you went was to the White House. Am I to understand that from your opening statement? It wasn't to the Department of Justice. The first place you went for a second opinion was to the White House?
I did not go for a second opinion. The question was, is the information contained here subject to executive privilege, not whether or not it met urgent concern.
And so the first place you went for advice as to whether you should provide the complaint as the statute requires to Congress was the White House.
I am not authorized, as the Director of National Intelligence, to provide executive privileged information. I think it is prudent, as a member of the executive branch, to check to ensure that, in fact, it does not.
I'm just asking about the sequencing here. Did you first go to the White House to determine whether you should provide a complaint to Congress?
No, sir, that was not the question. The question was whether or not it has executive privilege, not whether or not I should send it on to Congress.
Okay. Is the first party you went to outside of your office to seek advice, counsel, direction, the White House?
I have consulted with the White House counsel, and eventually we also consulted with the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel.
And my question is, did you go to the White House first?
I went to the Office of Legal Counsel for advice. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm asking which you went to first. Did you go to the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel first, or did you go to the White House first?
I went to the office, my team, my office, went to the Office of Legal Counsel first to receive whether or not the matter in the letter and in the complaint might meet the executive privilege. They viewed it and said, we've determined that it appears to be executive privilege. And until executive privilege is determined and cleared, I did not have the authority to be able to send that forward to the committee. I worked with the Office of Legal Counsel for the past several weeks to get resolution on this. It's a very deliberate process.
Well, Director, I'm still trying to understand the chronology. So you first went to the Office of Legal Counsel, and then you went to White House counsel?
We went, and then to the, repeat that, please, sir.
I'm just trying to understand the chronology. You first went to the Office of Legal Counsel, and then you went to the White House counsel?
No, sir. No, sir. No, we went to the White House first to determine, to ask the question.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know was chronology. So you went to the White House first. So you went to the subject of the complaint for advice first about whether you should provide the complaint to Congress.
There were issues within this, a couple of things. One, it did appear that it has executive privilege. If it does have executive privilege, it is the White House that determines that. I cannot determine that as the Director of National Intelligence.
But in this case, the White House, the President is the subject of the complaint. He's the subject of the wrongdoing. Mm-hmm. Were you aware when you went to the White House for advice about whether evidence of wrongdoing by the White House should be provided to the Congress, were you aware that the White House counsel has taken the unprecedented position that the privilege applies to communications involving the President, when he was president, involving the president when he wasn't president, involving people who never served in the administration, involving people who never served in the administration even when they're not even talking to the president? Were you aware that that is the unprecedented position of the White House you went to for advice about whether you should turn over a complaint involving the White House?
Mr. Chairman, as I said in my opening statement, I believe that everything here in this matter is totally unprecedented. And that is why my former directors of national intelligence forwarded them to you whether or not it met urgent concern or whether it was serious. This was different. And to me, it just seemed prudent to be able to check and ensure as a member of the executive branch before I sent it forward.
I just have a couple more questions. I'm going to turn over to the ranking member, and he may consume as much time as I did. The second place you went to was the Justice Department. And you went to that department headed by a man, Bill Barr, who was also implicated in the complaint. And you knew that when you went to the Department of Justice for an opinion, correct? That Bill Barr was mentioned in the complaint?
Mr. Chairman, I went to the Office of Legal Counsel in consultation with the ICIG. He was a part of that to receive whether or not this met the criteria.
Yes, but that ICIG vehemently disagreed with the opinion of the Bill Barr Justice Department, did he not?
He still considered it a matter of urgent concern. However, as you know, opinions from Department of Justice, Office of Legal Counsel are binding on all of us in the executive branch.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate that you go to a department run by someone who's the subject of the complaint to get advice, or who is a subject of the complaint or implicated in the complaint, for advice as to whether you should provide that complaint to Congress? Did that conflict of interest concern you?
Mr. Chairman, when I saw this report and complaint, immediately I knew that this was a serious matter. It came to me, and I just thought it would be prudent to ensure.
I'm just asking if the conflict of interest concerned you.
No, well, sir, I have to work with what I've got, and that is the Office of Legal Counsel within the executive branch.
Well, what you also had was a statute that says shall, and even then you said you had the discretion to provide it, but did not.
Because it did not meet the matter of urgent concern that took away the 7-day timeline, I have endeavored to work with the Office of Legal Counsel in order to get the material to you, which you have provided to you yesterday. Now, I have to tell you, Chairman, it is not perhaps at the timeline that I would have desired, or you, but the Office of Legal Counsel has to make sure they make prudent decisions, and yesterday, when the President released the transcripts of his call with the President of the Ukraine, then they could no longer, executive privilege no longer applied, and that is when I was free to be able to send the complaint to the committee.
Director, you don't believe the whistleblower is a political hack, do you?
I don't know who the whistleblower is, Mr. Chairman. To be honest with you, I've done my utmost to make sure that I protect his anonymity.
That doesn't sound like much of a defense of the whistleblower here, someone you found did everything right. You don't believe the whistleblower is a political hack, do you, Director?
I believe that, as I said before, Mr. Chairman, I believe the whistleblower is operating in good faith.
Well, then they
has
couldn't
followed
be.
the law.
They couldn't be in good faith if they were acting as a political hack, could they?
Mr. Chairman, my job is to support and lead the entire intelligence community. That individual works for me. Therefore, it is my job to make sure that I support and defend that person.
You don't have any reason to accuse them of disloyalty to our country or suggest they're beholden to some other country, do you?
Sir, absolutely not. I believe that the whistleblower followed the steps every step of the way. However, the statute was one in this situation involving the President of the United States, who is not in the intelligence community, or matters underneath my supervision, did not meet the criteria for urgent concern.
Well, I'm just asking about the whistleblower right now.
I think the whistleblower did the right thing. I think he followed the law every step of the way, and we just got stuck with
Then why, Director, when the President called the whistleblower a political hack and suggested that he or she might be disloyal to the country, why did you remain silent?
I did not remain silent, Mr. Chairman. I issued a statement to my workforce telling and committing my commitment to the whistleblower protection and ensuring that I would provide protection to anybody within the intelligence community who comes forward. But the way this thing was blowing out, I didn't think it was appropriate for me to be making a press statement so that we counter each other every step of the way.
I think it was not only appropriate, but there's nothing that would have given more confidence to the workforce than to hearing you publicly say, no one should be calling this professional who did the right thing a hack or a traitor or anything else. I think that would have meant a great deal to the workforce. So, Mr. Nunes, you're recognized.
Welcome, Mr. Director. It's a pleasure to have you here. And you're going to be part of a charade of legal word games. They're going to try to get you to say something that can be repeated by the media that is here that wants to report this story. I just want to get one thing straight, because one of the quotes they're going to use from you is you saying that this was a credible complaint. That will be used and spun as you're saying that it was true. And I want to give you an opportunity to, you have not investigated the veracity or the truthfulness of this complaint.
That's correct, Ranking Member. The determination on credible was made by the IC Inspector General. He made the determination that it is credible, and he also made the determination of urgent concern. My question was not, I did not question his judgment there. The question I had was, does in fact this allegation of wrongdoing meet the criteria, the statutory criteria of urgent concern? And the other issue, as I said, complicated things. Did it, in fact, the allegations within this whistleblower complaint involve executive privilege?
Thank you for clarifying that. Have you ever, you mentioned it a little bit in your testimony, but have you ever, or are you aware of any former DNIs who have testified about whistleblower complaints in the public?
Not to my knowledge, Ranking Member. I do not know.
Are you aware of any cases like this that were put into the spotlight? Would this be the way to handle it out in the public like this?
I am not aware of any, but I want to say once again, I believe that the situation we have and why we're here this morning is because this case is unique and unprecedented.
So why are cases normally not handled out in the public?
All the other cases that came before either this committee or the Senate committee, whether or not they met the criteria of urgent concern, were forwarded because they involved members of the intelligence community who were, in fact, in organizations underneath the DNI's authority and responsibility. This one just did not come that way because it involved a member, an individual who is not a member of the intelligence community or an organization underneath the authority of the DNI. So this one is different from all others in the past that I am aware of.
So I want to get into how this all got out in the public over the last, this has basically been an orchestrated effort over 2 weeks. We were first told about it, I don't know, a week and a half ago, and we were told very specifically that the whistleblower did not want to get any of this information out. They didn't want it to leak out. So there were only a few potential groups of people that would have known about this complaint. You and your people within your office.
Yes, sir.
The people within the Inspector General's office, and the whistleblower and whoever that whistleblower gave this information to. So what I'm trying to ascertain is, how would it run in all the mainstream media outlets? How did they get, even though they got a lot of it wrong, but they had the basics of it, that it involved the President of the United States talking to a foreign leader. So did anybody, you or anybody in your office, leak this to the Washington Post or NBC News?
Ranking Member, I lead the intelligence community. We know how to keep a secret. As far as how that got into the press, I really do not know, sir. I just know that it's all over the place, and as you said, it's been reported by different media for the past several weeks. Where they get their information from, I don't know.
So
but it was not from the intelligence community, from me, or from my office.
Thank you, Director. So this is not the first time this has happened to this president. That happened with a call between the Mexican president, the Australian prime minister. So it's happened twice before that pieces of transcripts leaked out. And of course, this time it was leaked out again, and the president, thankfully, he was able to put this out because of the actions of the situation, as you said, that's unprecedented. Is it normal for the President of the United States to have their conversations leak out? This is the third time.
I would have to leave that to the White House to respond to that, their Ranking Member. But to me, the President of the United States conversation with any other head of state, I would consider a privileged conversation.
But clearly, I mean, those conversations are being captured by the intelligence agencies. So,
not necessarily, sir. I mean, if the President of the...
Well, I should say this. They're captured and then disseminated. They're captured and disseminated to the intelligence agencies.
I have to be careful in this open hearing about, how I respond to that. The intelligence community and the National Security Agency obviously, they collect things that are to protect.
I just want to make sure, because are we just going to, foreign leaders, we might just have either the President of the United States not talk to foreign leaders, or we should just, let's just publish all the transcripts, because that's what's happening here.
Ranking member.
And somebody's leaking this, and it's likely coming from the agencies that you oversee.
Ranking member, no, that's, sir.
I mean, I'm not saying that you don't know, but we had the transcript with the Mexican president, the Australian prime minister, and now contents of a call with the Ukrainian president leak out.
Ranking member, the allegation in the whistleblower complaint was that there were about 12 people who listened in on the conversation, members of the National Security Council and others. And then others were briefed from State Department as well, the transcripts, because if they have an area responsibility and a region responsibility, then they would be informed on the interaction. So there were a number of people that from the White House briefed from the call. This would not be something that
I'm quite sure of this. The White House probably didn't leak this out.
I wouldn't say the White House, but there are individuals within the White House that may or may not. I don't know. But it would not be from an intelligence intercept, I will say that.
Right. I'm just saying the dissemination of these calls is supposed to be sacred, right? I mean, it is important for the State Department and the appropriate agencies to get. I'm not saying it's all in the intelligence agency, but when a president talks to a foreign leader, it's confidential. Those contents are confidential. There could be some facts of that conversation that you do want to get to the appropriate agency, not just the IC. I want to be clear about that. But this is now the third time. I'm not aware of this ever happening before, of contents of calls like this getting out.
I really don't know, Ranking Member. I'm not aware. I don't have the numbers to think. It just seems to me, though, that it is unprecedented. And I would also say, I think that the decision by the President yesterday to release the transcripts of his conversation with the President of the Ukraine is probably unprecedented as well.
Well, we appreciate you being here, and have fun. Be careful what you say, because they're going to use these words against you.
Well, I tell you what, Ranking Member, either way, I'm honored to be here, and I'm honored to be leading the intelligence.
And I appreciate your service to this country for a long time, and I'm sure we'll be talking again soon. Hopefully not in the public, hopefully behind closed doors like this is supposed to be done.
Thank you very much, Ranking.
I yield back.
Mr. Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Maguire, thank you for being here, and thank you for your profound service and the service of your family to this country. Director, what I find bewildering about this whole conversation is that we are not sitting here today, and the American public is not aware of the allegations of the President asking for a favor of investigation into his political opponent. We're not aware of the murky decision to withhold aid. We're not aware of Mr. Giuliani's apparent establishment of a personal State Department. We are not aware of a possible retaliation against a U.S. ambassador. None of this happens but for the decision of your Inspector General, Michael Atkinson, a man who was appointed by President Trump and confirmed by a Republican Senate, to come to this committee 7 days after the complaint was required by law to be transmitted to us. It was his decision, personal decision, not the kaleidoscope of fantabulistic conspiracy theories the ranking member thinks is happening here, but it was the decision of Michael Atkinson, an appointee of this president, to come to this committee, following not advice from you or any law, but following his own conscience. Without his decision to do this, none of this is happening, correct?
I applaud Michael. I applaud Michael's the way he has done this. He has acted in good faith. He has followed the law every step of the way. The question is, Congressman, did it or did it not meet the legal definition?
No, sir. I asked a very different question, which was, without his decision, it's a simple question. Without his decision, none of this is happening. Is that correct?
Well, we got to back up to the whistleblower as well. So.
Okay, and I should have noted that the whistleblower also deserves the same accolades that Mr. Atkinson does. Director, were you ever advised by the White House not to provide this complaint to Congress for any reason?
No, Congressman.
Okay. And as I understand it, the opinion was that you were not obligated to convey, despite the very clear wording of the law, to convey the complaint to Congress. So the decision was taken to defy a subpoena of this Congress, the subpoena of September 17th, to turn over the complaint. Who made the decision to defy that subpoena of September 17th?
Congressman, urgent concern.
Sir, I'm asking a very simple question. Who made the decision to defy the congressional subpoena? Somebody said we will not abide by this subpoena, and I'd like to know who that somebody was.
Congressman, nobody did. I endeavored, once we no longer had urgent concern with the 7-day timeline, to work to get the information to the committee. What I needed to do was to work through the executive privilege hurdles with the Office of Legal Counsel at the White House. Although this was the most important issue to me, the White House has got quite a few other issues that they were dealt with. I would have liked to have had, as I said to the chairman, that perhaps this moved a little faster than it did, but this is a very deliberate process, and finally, it came to a head yesterday. So when I received the information on the 26th of August, we had 7 days based on the Whistleblower Protection Act. All we did was lose those 7 days. It may have taken longer than we would have liked, or you would have liked, but you have the information.
So sir, just so I'm focused on the subpoena.
Yes, sir.
The subpoena is on your desk. It's a subpoena of the Congress of the United States. It's pretty clear in what it asks for. You're saying that a decision was never taken not to comply with that subpoena, and yet somehow it wasn't complied with. I'm looking for the decision-making process to ignore a legal congressional subpoena.
Congressman, I did not ignore. I dealt with the chairman of this committee and asked to have one more week to be able to do what I needed to do to get this information released. He was gracious enough, and this committee was also very supportive. It wasn't something that it was ready to go, but I was committed, fully committed to this committee and to the chairman to get that information, and I finally was able to provide that yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Director. Director, did you or your office ever speak to the President of the United States about this complaint?
Congressman, I'm the President's intelligence officer. I speak with him several times throughout the week.
Sir, let me repeat my question. Did you ever speak to the President about this complaint?
My conversations with the President, because I'm the Director of National Intelligence, are privileged, and it would be inappropriate for me, because it would destroy my relationship with the President in intelligence matters, to divulge any of my conversations with the President of the United States.
But just so we can be clear for the record, you are not denying that you spoke to the President about this complaint?
What I'm saying, Congressman, is that I will not divulge privileged conversations that I have as the Director of National Intelligence with the President.
Has the White House instructed you to assert that privilege?
No, sir.
Okay.
That's just a member of the executive branch, as a member of the National Security Council, and also the Homeland Committee. And that's, I just have to maintain the discretion and protect the conversation with the President of the United States.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that answer. Apparently the clock is broken, but I will yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, thank you for being here. You and I are at a competitive disadvantage because neither one of us are lawyers, and that may be a badge of honor for some of us. You have lawyers on your staff, sir?
I do, Congressman.
All right, and your lawyers have looked at this urgent concern definition thoroughly and have given you advice?
Yes, Congressman.
If the black letter law was so clear in black letter, how is it that we've got different attorneys giving us, you and I, different opinions? That's a rhetorical question. That with respect to this issue, just to clarify, Mike Atkinson was in our group and in front of us last week. Did a very good job of telling us what he did, what he didn't do. We now know for sure what it is that he was able to do. As part of his investigation, he did not request records of the call from the president. And the reason he did is he cited the difficulty of working through all of that would have probably meant that he couldn't comply with the 14-day time frame. So even he did not try to overrun the White House's executive privilege over the conversation that the president had with President Zelensky. He also said in his letter, I also determined, this is quoting Michael, I also determined that there were reasonable grounds to believe that information relating to the urgent concern appeared credible. Now, that's a different statement than a flat out, it's credible. Just again, a rhetorical statement. Is there anything in statute from your lawyers in advising you that says that the determination of urgent concern lies solely with the ICIG?
No, sir. I was never advised by my legal counsel to that effect.
All right. Has to your knowledge, has the Justice Department ever weighed in to say that the fact that DNI can't make a separate decision with respect to that 7-day process, that the matter is not of urgent concern, as your team decided?
The matter of urgent concern is a legally defining term. It's pretty much either yes or no.
Well, apparently that's not the case, Admiral, because IG said it was, and you're saying it's not under that legal definition because it involved the president. He says, last time I checked, you're pretty familiar with chains of command. I know he's not in. He's not in your chain of command. You're in his chain of command. And so, for very definite reasons, appear to be credible. It doesn't meet the statutorily urgent concern definition with respect to the whistleblower protections of the IG. And your team made that call. The Inspector General made a different call.
No, sir. My team did not make the decision.
Ratcliffe?
It was the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel that made the determination that it was not urgent concern. All we wanted to do was just check and see. And to me, it just seemed prudent with the matter at hand right now to be able to just make sure that, in fact, it did. And when it didn't, I want to say once again, I endeavored to get that information to this committee.
Okay, sir, just to clarify the role that the Inspector General had with respect to the Department of Justice. I heard you say that he was involved in the conversations, allowed to make his case, but also said you gave him the letter, gave the Justice Department the letter. What was his exact involvement in making his case to Justice Department to his decision? Was he actually there present physically, or his lawyers there? What was
To the best of my knowledge, the ICIG's transmittal letter as well as the complaint from the whistleblower were forwarded to the Office of Legal Counsel for their determination. I believe that that is what they based their opinion on.
Okay, so you don't think he had a personal...
If I'm incorrect, I will come back to the committee and correct that, sir.
Okay, appreciate that. You're in a tough spot. I appreciate your long storied history. I apologize if your integrity was insulted. That happens in this arena a lot, sometimes justified and most of the time not. And yours insulted, your integrity was not justified in interest. The fact that we have differences of opinion, when we start losing those differences of opinion, we start to attack each other, call each other names, and those kinds of things. And so my experience is when you've got a legal matter, I've got lawyers I pay, you've got lawyers you pay. I typically stick with the lawyers that I'm paying. And so you had good legal advice on this issue in a really tough spot, wanting to make sure that this whistleblower was protected, but at the same time that if in fact there was something awry here, that it would get the full airing that it's clearly getting. So thank you for your service, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman.
Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director Maguire, thanks so much for being here. I want to turn to what I fear may be one of the most damaging long-term effects of this whistleblower episode, and that is the chilling effect that it will have on others in government who may witness misconduct, but now may be afraid to come forward to report it. Sir, I'm worried that government employees and contractors may see how important this situation has played out and decide it's not worth putting themselves on the line. The fact that a whistleblower followed all of the proper procedures to report misconduct, and then the Department of Justice and the White House seems to have weighed in to keep the complaint hidden, is problematic, sir. I want to know whether or not you see how problematic this will be and having a chilling effect on members of the IC that you are sworn to represent and ostensibly protect.
Congresswoman, I think that's a fair assessment. I don't disagree with what you've said. I have endeavored to transmit to the intelligence community my support to whistleblowers, and I'm quite sure that for at least 2 hours this morning, there are not many people in the intelligence community who are doing anything that's productive besides watching this.
Right, and so my concern, I think, is a valid one, that, in fact, what has happened with this whistleblower episode will have a chilling effect. I just also want to ask you, have you given direction to this whistleblower that he can, in fact, or he or she can, in fact, come before Congress? Director, when the president called the whistleblower a political hack and suggested that he or she was potentially disloyal to the country, you remained silent. I'm not sure why, but I also think that that adds to the chilling effect. The statute seems pretty clear that everybody has a role to play. The process seems pretty clear. And part of it also includes you directing the whistleblower of his or her protected rights. Can you confirm that you've directed that whistleblower that he or she can come before Congress?
Well, Congresswoman, there are several questions there. One, I do not know the identity of the whistleblower. Two, now that the complaint has come forward, we are working with his counsel in order to be able to provide them with security clearance.
So, sir, I think it's pretty, my question is pretty simple. Can you assure this committee and the American public that the whistleblower is authorized to speak to the committee with the full protections of the Whistleblower Act? Can you confirm that? That's a yes or no question.
Right now, I'm working through that with the chair, and to the best of my ability, I believe the chair was asking to have the whistleblower come forward, and I'm working with counsel, with the committee, to support that.
Can you assure the American public that the end result will be that the whistleblower will be able to come before this committee and Congress and have the full protections of the whistleblower? After all, what is the whistleblower statute for, if not to provide those full protections against retaliation, against litigation?
Congresswoman, I am doing everything to endeavor to support that.
Will the gentlewoman yield?
Yes.
Director, do I have your assurance that once you work out the security clearances for the whistleblower's counsel, that whistleblower will be able to relate the full facts within his knowledge that concern wrongdoing by the president or anyone else, that he or she will not be inhibited in what they can tell our committee, that there will not be some minder from the White House or elsewhere sitting next to them telling them what they can answer or not answer? Do I have your assurance that the whistleblower will be able to testify fully and freely and enjoy the protections of the law?
Yes, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back to the gentleman.
So, Mr. Director, I also wanted to understand what you're going to do to try to ensure the trust of the employees and contractors that you represent, to assure the American people that the whistleblower statute is, in fact, being properly adhered to, and that no further efforts would be to obstruct an opportunity for a whistleblower who has watched misconduct to actually get justice.
Congresswoman, supporting and leading the men and women of the Intelligence Community is my highest priority. I don't consider that they work for me. As the Director of National Intelligence, I believe that I
Well,
serve.
sir, I just want to say and go on record as being very clear that this will have a chilling effect. And that is exactly not what the statute was intended for. It was intended for transparency. It was intended also to give the whistleblower certain protections. And I think the American people deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Turner.
Director, thank you for being here.
Morning, Congressman.
Thank you for your service and the clarity at which you have described the deliberations that you went through in applying the laws with respect to this complaint. It is incredibly admirable in the manner in which you've approached this. Now, I've read the complaint, and I've read the transcript of the conversation with the President and the President of Ukraine. Concerning that conversation, I want to say to the President, this is not okay. That conversation is not okay, and I think it's disappointing to the American public when they read the transcript. I can say what else it is not. It is not what's in the complaint. We now have the complaint and the transcript, and people can read that the allegations of the complaint are not the allegations of the subject matter of this conversation. What else it's not the conversation that was in the chairman's opening statement. And while the chairman was speaking, I actually had someone text me, is he just making this up? And yes, he was. because sometimes fiction is better than the actual words or the text. But luckily, the American public are smart, and they have the transcript. They've read the conversation. They know when someone's just making it up. Now, we've seen this movie before. We've been here all year on litigating impeachment, well, long before the July 25th conversation happened between the President and the President of Ukraine. And we've heard the clicks of the cameras in this Intelligence Committee's room where we've not been focusing on the issues of the national security threats, but instead of the calls for impeachment, which is really an assault on the electorate, not just this President. Now, the complaint we now have, Mr. Director, is based on hearsay. The person who wrote it says, I talked to people and they told me these things. Now, the American public has the transcript and the complaint, so they have the ability to compare them. What's clear about the complaint is it's based on political issues, Mr. Director. He's alleging, or she is alleging, that the actions of the President were political in nature. Now, that's my concern about how this is applied to the whistleblower statute. The whistleblower statute is intended to be able to provide those in the intelligence community an opportunity to come to Congress when they're concerned about abuses of powers and laws. But it's about the intelligence community. It's about abuse of surveillance, about the abuse of the spy mechanisms that we have. This is about actually the product of surveillance. Someone had access to surveillance that related the President's conversations and has brought us forward to us. I'd like for you to turn for a moment and tell us your thoughts of the whistleblower process and the concerns as to why it has to be there so that the intelligence community can be held accountable and we can have oversight. Because it certainly wasn't there for oversight of the President. It was there for oversight for the intelligence community. So if you could describe your thoughts on that. And then I was very interested in your discussion on the issue of executive privilege, because there's been much made of the fact that the law says on the whistleblower statute that you shall. Clearly you have a conflict of laws when you have both the executive privilege issue and the issue of the word shall. So first, could you tell us the importance of the whistleblower statute with respect to accountability of the intelligence community and our role of oversight there, and then your process, your effects of being stuck in the middle where you have these conflicts of laws, Mr. Director.
Congressman, the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act is to apply to the intelligence community. And then it pertains to financial, administrative, or operational activities within the intelligence community under the oversight and responsibility of the Director of National Intelligence. It does not allow a member of the intelligence community to report any wrongdoing that comes from anywhere in the federal government. And so with that, I do believe that that is about the Intelligence Whistleblower Protection Act was the best vehicle that the whistleblower had to use. And it came to me and discussion with our ICIG, who is a colleague, and the determination was made, by the that he viewed that it was in fact credible, and that it was a matter of urgent concern. And I just thought it would be prudent to have another opinion. I have worked with lawyers my whole career, whether it was the rule of armed conflict, admiralty claims, or rules of engagement, or just the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And I have found that different lawyers have different opinions on the same subject. We have 9 justices of the Supreme Court. More often than not, the opinions are 5-4. That doesn't mean that 5 are right and 4 are wrong. There are differences of opinion. But when this matter came to me, I have a lot of life experience. I realized the importance of the matter that is before us this morning. And I thought that it would be prudent for me to ensure that, in fact, it met that statute before I sent it forward in compliance with the Whistleblower Protection Act. And I hope that responds to your question, sir.
I yield back.
As an aside, I want to mention that my colleague is right on both counts. It's not okay, but also my summary of the President's call was meant to be at least part in parody. The fact that that's not clear is a separate problem in and of itself. Of course, the President never said, if you don't understand me, I'm going to say it 7 more times. My point is, that's the message that the Ukraine President was receiving in not so many words. Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman Schiff. Thank you, Director Maguire, for your service. Director Maguire, this appears to be the first intelligence community whistleblower complaint that has ever been withheld from Congress. Is that right, sir?
Congressman Carson, I believe that it might be. And once again, I said in my statement, it is, in fact, as far as I'm concerned, unprecedented.
It is unprecedented, sir. Do you know why it's unprecedented? I think it's because the law that Congress, that this very committee drafted, really couldn't be clearer. It states that upon receiving such an urgent complaint from the Inspector General, you, the Director of National Intelligence, quote, shall, end quote, forward it to the Intel committees within 7 days, no ifs, ands, or buts. And even when the IG has found complaints not to be an urgent concern or even credible, your office has consistently and uniformly still transmitted those complaints to the intelligence committees. Is that right, sir?
Congressman Carson, in the past, even if they were not a matter of urgent concern or whether they were not credible, they were forwarded. But in each and every instance prior to this, it involved members of the intelligence community who were serving in organizations underneath the control of the DNI. This one is different because it did not meet those 2 criteria.
Director, does executive privilege, sir, in your mind, or laws that regulate the intelligence community preempt or negate even the laws that safeguard the security of America's democratic elections and her democracy itself, sir?
No, Chairman Carson, it does not.
Notwithstanding, Director, this unambiguous mandate and the consistent practice of your office that you withheld this urgent complaint from Congress at the direction of the White House and the Justice Department, you followed their orders instead of the law. And if the Inspector General had not brought this complaint to our attention, you and the Trump administration might have gotten away with this unprecedented action. Sir, you released a statement yesterday affirming your oath to the Constitution and your dedication to the rule of law. But I'm having trouble understanding how that statement can be true in light of the facts here. Can you explain that to us, sir?
Congressman Carson, a couple of things. The White House did not direct me to withhold the information. Neither did the Office of Legal Counsel. That opinion has been unclassified and has been disseminated. The question came down to urgent concern, which is a legal definition. It doesn't mean, is it important? Is it timely? Urgent concern met the certain criteria that we've discussed several times here. So it did not. And all that did, sir, was then just take away the 7 days. Now, as I said before, just because it was not forwarded to this committee does not mean that it went unanswered. The ICIG and the Justice Department referred it to the Federal Bureau of Investigation for investigation. So this is not thing, and that was working while I was endeavoring to get the executive privilege concerns addressed so that it can then be forwarded. It was not stonewalling. I didn't receive direction from anybody. I was just trying to work through the process and the law the way it is written. I have to comply with the way the law is, not the way some people would like it to be. And if I could do otherwise, it would have been much more convenient for me, Congressman.
And lastly, Director, as you sit here today, sir, do you commit to providing every single whistleblower complaint intended for Congress to the intelligence committees as required by the statute, sir?
If it's required by the statute, Congressman Carson, yes, I will.
That's good to know, sir, and I certainly hope so, because I think the unprecedented decision to withhold this whistleblower complaint from Congress, I think it raises concerns, very serious concerns for us and for me. And I think that we need to get to the bottom of this. I yield the balance of my time, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Carson.
Thank you.
How much time does the gentleman have remaining? 27, okay. Well, Director, you were not directed to withhold the complaint. Is that your testimony?
Yes, that's absolutely true.
So you exercised your discretion to withhold the complaint from the committee?
I did not, sir. What I did was I delayed it because it did not meet the statutorily definition of urgent concern, and I was working through.
And Director, you're aware, you spent a lot of time focusing on the definition of urgent concern. You're aware that the practice of your office has been that regardless of whether the complaint meets the definition of urgent concern, regardless of whether Inspector General finds it credible or incredible, the complaint is always given to our committee. You're aware that's the unbroken practice since the establishment of your office and the Inspector General. Are you aware of that?
Chairman, every previous whistleblower complaint that was forwarded to the intelligence committees involved a member of the intelligence community and an organization under which the Director of National Intelligence had authority and responsibility.
But you're aware that the past practice has been, we're talking about urgent concern here, that whether you or the Inspector General or everybody else believes it meets the statutory definition, the past practice has always been to give it to this committee. You're aware of that, right?
I am aware that this is unprecedented, and this has never happened. And with that, sir, I agree. This has never happened before, but then again, this is a unique situation.
But you, Director, made the decision. You made the decision to withhold it from the committee for a month when the White House had made no claim of executive privilege, when the Department of Justice said, you don't have to give it to them, but you can. You made the decision not to.
No, it's not true, sir. What the Office of Legal Counsel said, that it does not meet the legal definition of urgent concern.
So it said you're not required. It didn't say you cannot provide it. It said you're not required to. That is, if you don't want to, we're not going to force you. You're not required, but it didn't say you can't. Am I right?
It allowed me, and I said that in my opening statement, but even so, it was referred to the FBI for investigation, and I was endeavoring to get the information to you, Mr. Chairman, but I could not forward it as a member of the executive branch without executive privileges being addressed. And I feel that the White House counsel was doing the best that they could in order to get that, and it took longer than I would have liked, that's for sure, but that came to a conclusion yesterday with the release of the transcripts, and because the transcripts were released, then no longer was there a situation of executive privilege, and I was then free to send both the Inspector General's cover letter and the complaint to you.
Dr.
But there's no time, was there any intent on my part, sir, ever, to withhold the information from you as the chair, this committee, or the Senate Intelligence Committee?
Director, I wish I had the confidence of knowing that but for this hearing, but for the deadline that we were forced to set with this hearing, that we would have been provided that complaint. But I don't know that we would have ever seen that complaint. Dr. Wenstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Mr. Maguire, for being here today. You know, I think it's a shame that we started off this hearing with fictional remarks, the implication of a conversation that took place between a president and a foreign leader, putting words into it that did not exist, they're not in the transcript. And I will contend that those were intentionally not clear, and the chairman described it as parody, and I don't believe that this is the time or the place for parody when we are trying to seek facts. Nor do those that were involved with the conversation agree with the parody that the chairman gave us. And unfortunately today, many innocent Americans are going to turn on their TV, and the media is only going to show that section of what the chairman had to say. But I'm also glad to know that many Americans have seen this movie too many times, and they're tired of it. But let me get to some questions, sir, if I can. Let's go to the word credible. Credible does not mean proven true or factual. Would that be correct in this situation?
I find no fault in your logic, Congressman.
Okay, so, you know, the interpretation, it was credible, but also, was that decision made by the IG before seeing the transcript of the conversation?
I believe that the IG conducted to his best of his ability the investigation, and he found to his ability that based on the evidence and discussing it with the whistleblower, that he thought that, in fact, it was credible.
But the IG didn't necessarily have the transcript of the conversation?
He did not. No, he did not.
Okay, that's my question. So to another point, you know, one of the issues that arose out of the Russia investigation last Congress was a question over the latitude provided to the U.S. President to conduct foreign affairs. In 2017, I asked then CIA Director Brennan how he viewed statements made by President Obama to Russian President Medvedev regarding having more flexibility to negotiate after his 2012 election. And President Medvedev replied that he would transmit the information to Vladimir and that Medvedev stood with President Obama. That was in an open hearing. Director Brennan wouldn't entertain my question and insisted on not answering due to the fact that the conversation was between the heads of government. That's what he said. He further claimed he was avoiding getting involved in political or partisan issues, which brings me to a similar question related to this whistleblower complaint. One, you said this executive privilege is unwaverable, and I think that's kind of consistent with CIA Director Brennan was implying.
Congressman, only the White House and the President can waive executive privilege. The President exerts executive privilege, and only the White House and the President can waive that.
So, Director Brennan gave me the impression then that that was like, that's the rule, that's the law, so I'm going to have to go with that. But do you believe the President's entitled to withhold his or her communications from Congress if the conversation is used in a whistleblower case?
I think that the President, when he conducts diplomacy and deals with foreign heads of state, he has every right to be able to have that information be held within the White House and the executive branch. And if yesterday, I think the transmission of the call is unprecedented, and it's also, I think that other future leaders, when they interact with our head of state, might be more cautious in what they say and reduce the interaction that they have with the President because of that release.
So we may need to change our process here because I guess if a decision regarding executive privilege, maybe it should be made prior to submitting the communication to Congress.
Well, either that, I believe that this committee wrote the law, and based on what we're doing today, you know, perhaps it needs to be relooked. I don't know. I leave that to the legislative branch.
So also, we may need to change process. You know, the 14 days, that might be kind of tough to adhere to. So I think maybe, you know, this is a special circumstance, unprecedented. Maybe there should be some leeway in the time frame instead of the narrow 14 days. And I don't know if you know, did you feel or did the IG ever say that they felt rushed to making a decision because of the 14-day process?
No, Congressman, I believe that he's a very experienced Inspector General. He's used to dealing with the 14-day process, and when you work under a timeline like that, he worked with his staff, and I think endeavored to the extent, because he was following the statute as he believed it was written. So I would think that any prudent lawyer would like to have more time to be able to collect the facts and do other things. But Michael Atkinson was under the 14-day timeline, and he did the best of his ability to comply with that.
Did you feel rushed in any way, sir?
I did not.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman.
Ms. Spear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Maguire, for your extraordinarily long service to our country. At any point during this process, did you personally threaten to resign if the complaint was not provided to the committee?
No, Congressman, I did not, and I know that that story has appeared quite a bit, and I issued a statement yesterday.
All right, thank you. When you read the complaint, were you shocked at all by what you read?
Congresswoman, excuse me. As I said, I had a lot of life experience. I joined the Navy.
I understand your record. Could you just answer it?
I realized full and well, the importance of the allegation. And I also have to tell you, Congresswoman, when I saw that, I anticipated having to sit in front of some committee sometime to discuss it.
All right. The complaint refers to what happened after the July 25th conversation between the Ukraine president and the President of the United States. And the White House lawyers ordered other staff to move the transcript from its typical repository to a more secure location in order to lock down, and that was the term used in the complaint, all records of the phone call. Did that reaction to the transcript seem to you like a recognition within the White House that the call was completely improper?
Congresswoman, I have no firsthand knowledge of that. All I have is the knowledge that the whistleblower alleges in his allegation, the whistleblower complaint. I don't know whether, in fact, that is true or not. My only knowledge and situation awareness of that is from the whistleblower's letter.
So knowing that the whistleblower appeared to be credible based on the evaluation by the Inspector General, and knowing that that effort was undertaken by the White House to cover it up, why would you then, as your first action outside of the intelligence community, go directly to the White House, to the very entity that was being scrutinized and complained about in the complaint? Why would you go there to ask their advice as to what you should do?
Congresswoman, the allegation that is made by the whistleblower is secondhand information, not known to him or her firsthand.
Except, Mr. Maguire, it was determined to be credible. There was an investigation done by the Inspector General. Let me go on to another issue. President Trump, over the weekend, tweeted, "It appears that an American spy in one of our intelligence agencies may have been spying on our own president." Do you believe that the whistleblower was spying on one of our intelligence agencies or spying on the president?
As I said several times so far this morning, I believe that the whistleblower complied with the law and did everything that they thought, he or she thought, was responsible under the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act.
But you did not speak out to protect the whistleblower, did you?
Congresswoman, I spoke
Yes or
out.
no, sir?
I did, yes. I did within my own workforce. I thought that there was enough stuff that was appearing out in the press that was erroneous, that was absolutely incorrect, and I didn't think that I needed to respond to every single statement that was out there that was incorrect. So what I did is, my loyalty is to my workforce.
I
addressed
appreciate that.
concern.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
The President on Monday said, also, who is this so-called whistleblower? Who knows the correct facts? Is he on our country's side? Do you believe the whistleblower is on our country's side?
I believe that the whistleblower and all employees who come forward in the ICIG to raise concerns of fraud, waste, and abuse are doing what they perceive to be the right thing.
So, working on behalf of our country. Are you aware of the fact that whistleblowers within the federal government have identified waste, fraud, and abuse of over $59 billion that has had the effect of benefiting the taxpayers and keeping our country safe as well?
Congresswoman, I'm not familiar with the dollar value, but having been in the government service for nearly 4 decades, I am very much aware of the value of the whistleblower program.
Let me ask you one final question. Did the President of the United States ask you to find out the identity of the whistleblower?
I can say, although I would not normally discuss my conversations with the President, I can tell you emphatically, no.
Has anyone else within the White House or the Department of Justice asked you?
No, Congresswoman.
Thank
no.
you. I yield.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Maguire, thank you for being here today. I want you to know the good news is I'm not going to treat you like a child, and I'm going to give you a chance to answer your questions if I ask you something. I want to thank you for your service, and I'd like you to remind me, you said it earlier, how many years of service, military service do you have?
I have 36 years of service in the United States Navy, 34 of those as a Navy SEAL.
Okay, that's great. 36 years, 34 years as a Navy SEAL. I had a mere 14 years as an Air Force pilot. I proudly wear these Air Force wings. These are actually my father's Air Force wings. He served in the military as well, as had 5 of his sons. And for someone who hasn't served in the military, I don't think they realize how deeply offensive it is to have your honor and your integrity questioned. Some on this committee have done exactly that. They've accused you of breaking the law, and I'm going to read just one part of many that I could from the chairman. This raises grave concerns that your office, together with the Department of Justice and possibly the White House, have engaged in an unlawful effort to protect the president. And there's others that I could read, as they have sought, I believe, to destroy your character. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer very clearly. Are you motivated by politics in your work or your professional behavior?
Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry.
Are you motivated by politics in your work or your professional behavior?
No, Congressman,
Okay,
not at all.
I'm just going to leave it there.
I am not. I
Okay.
am not political. I am not partisan. And I did not look to be sitting here as the acting director of national intelligence. I thought that there were perhaps other people who would be best and more qualified to do that. But the president asked me to do this, and it was my honor to step up and for however long I'm doing it, to lead and support the intelligence community.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe that you have followed the laws and policies and precedent in the way you've handled this complaint?
I do. I know I do.
Have you in any way sought to protect the president or anyone else from any wrongdoing?
I have not. What I have done is endeavor to follow the law.
Thank you. Do you believe that you had a legal responsibility to follow the guidance of the Office of Legal Counsel?
The opinion of the Office of Legal Counsel is binding on the executive branch.
Thank you. Now, there's been a big deal made about the fact that this is the first whistleblower complaint that has been withheld from Congress, but it's also true, isn't it, that it's the first whistleblower complaint that has potentially falls under executive privilege, and it's also the first time that it included information that was potentially outside of the authority of the DNI. Is that true?
To the best of my knowledge, Congressman, that is correct.
Okay, and I will say to my colleagues sitting here, I think you're nuts if you think you're going to convince the American people that your cause is just by attacking this man and by impugning his character when it's clear that he felt there's a discrepancy, a potential deficiency in the law. He was trying to do the right thing. He felt compelled by the law to do exactly what he did. And yet the entire tone here is that somehow you're a political stooge who has done nothing but try to protect the president. I just think that's nuts. And anyone watching this hearing is surely going to walk away with the clear impression that you are a man of integrity who did what you felt was right, regardless of the questions and the innuendo that is cast by some of my colleagues sitting here today. I'd like one more thing before I yield my time. I think we can agree that leaks are unlawful and that leaks are damaging. And for heaven's sakes, we've seen plenty of that over the last 3 years. And there's a long list of leaks that have had clear implications for our national security, meaningful implications for our national security. I want to know, do you know who was feeding the press information about this case? And have you made any referrals to the Department of Justice for unlawful disclosures?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who is feeding information about this case?
No.
Okay.
No,
do you think it'd be appropriate to make a referral to the Department of Justice to try to determine that?
I believe that anybody who witnesses or sees any wrongdoing should refer any wrongdoing or complaint to the Department of Justice for investigation.
Including investigation about leaks.
That is correct.
Of classified information.
Yes, Congressman, any wrongdoing.
All right, well, I don't know what time it is because our clock isn't working. I suppose my time is up, but I would conclude by emphasizing once again, good luck convincing the American people that this is a dishonorable man sitting here. Good luck convincing the American people that he has done anything to what he thinks is right. And if you think it scores political points with your friends who have wanted to impeach this president from the day he was elected, then keep going down that road.
Thank you, Congressman.
I would only say, Director, no one has accused you of being a political stooge or dishonorable. No one has said so. No one has suggested that.
You've accused him of breaking the law, Mr. Chairman.
But it is certainly our strong view, and we would hope it would be shared by the minority, that when the Congress says that something shall be done, it shall be done. And when that involves the wrongdoing of the president, it is not an exception to the requirement of the statute. And the fact that this whistleblower has been left twisting in the wind now for weeks, has been attacked by the president, should concern all of us, Democrats and Republicans, that this was ever allowed to come to be, that allegations this serious and this urgent were withheld as long as they were from this committee. That should concern all of us. But no one is suggesting that there is a dishonor here. But nonetheless, we are going to insist that the law be followed.
Mr. Chairman, will you yield?
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for your service and for being here. As you know, those in public life who work and deal with other countries, ambassadors, secretaries of state, many in the intelligence field, they're vetted. They go for approval before the Senate. They have to get clearance. And you understand the policy reasons for that, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
Do you have any issues with civilians without approval, without vetting, without clearance, taking on those roles?
Yes, I do, Congressman.
And why would you have those concerns?
Well, in order to be able to handle sensitive information, whether it be diplomatic or certainly intelligence information, one must be vetted. This is the important part of protecting national security. In order to, we just can't bring people in and automatically wave a magic wand or put holy water on them to give them a security clearance. It is a matter of vetting. For me to come back into government, the FBI went back for 15 years in my background, examined all of my financial records to make sure that I was, in fact, worthy of having an intelligence clearance. And we do the same thing with the intelligence community. Everybody who is subject or everybody who is privileged to have access to intelligence information is a sacred trust. The American people expect us to keep them safe, as I said earlier. In order to do that, we need to ensure that any person who has access to this sensitive information of the United States has been thoroughly vetted to ensure that they are able to handle that information.
It's not just the intel issues, it's the issues of national policy, that people have an official role that they carry out on behalf of the United States, and we know what their role is, correct?
Yes, Congressman, I would.
What is your understanding right now of what Mr. Giuliani's role is?
Mr. Congressman Quigley, I respectfully just referred to the White House to comment on the President's personal lawyer.
Okay. So far what I've declaimed is you see that he's his personal lawyer. We read in the complaint, we read in this modified transcript, he's mentioned 5 times. Your reaction to the fact that this civilian, without any of these vetting, has played this role?
No, sir. All I'm saying is that I know what the allegations are. I'm not saying that the allegations are true, and that's where the committee...
Well, I don't think there's any question the credibility of the complaint that's in the transcript. The President mentions and speaks highly of Mr. Giuliani, a highly respected man. He was the mayor of New York, a great mayor. I would like him to call you. I will ask him to call you along with the Attorney General. Your reaction to the civilian dealing with these. In the complaint, it talks about our national security. The Inspector General talks about this as the highest responsibility among those that the DNI has, and obviously Mr. Giuliani is playing this role. To your knowledge, does he have security clearance?
I don't know. Congressman Quigley, I'm neither aware or unaware whether or not Mr. Giuliani has a security clearance.
Before this all happened, were you aware of his role or understanding what his role was, doing what you do?
Congressman Quigley, my only knowledge of what Mr. Giuliani does, I have to be honest with you, I get from TV and from the news media. I am not aware of what he does, in fact, for the President.
Are you aware of any communication by Mr. Giuliani and your office about how he should proceed with this role, given the classified nature, the national security implications that are in the complaint, that are in the transcript, in the role that he is playing?
Well, I have read the transcripts just as you have, so my knowledge of his activity in there is just limited to the conversation that the President had with the President of Ukraine.
So we respect your role, and while we have differences of opinion, we continue to respect your integrity and your honor. But we have this vast amount of experience you have, and we need to understand how it plays juxtaposition with the complaint. I'm reading, an OMB official informed departments and agencies that the President earlier that month had issued instructions to suspend all U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. Your reaction to that?
Congressman Quigley, I think that anything that has to do with the president's lawyer in these matters should be referred to the White House and the president for that.
Well, no, I'm just reading the complaint.
I lead and I support the intelligence community and the 17 different departments and agencies underneath my leadership. I do not lead the president, and I have no authority or responsibility over the White House.
But you are aware, with all your experience, of the fact that we have this relationship with Ukraine, that they are dependent upon us, and this complaint doesn't concern you. You can't say that publicly, that it concerns you?
There's a lot of things that concern me. I'm the Director of National Intelligence. And this one here, though, I just have to defer back to the conversation that the President had is his conversation. How the President of the United States wants to conduct diplomacy is his business, and is not whether or not I approve it or disapprove of it. That is the President's business on how he wants to conduct that, sir.
The issue is whether it commits a crime, and that bothers you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Director, you may complete your answer if you wish.
Excuse me, sir?
If you wanted to respond, you may.
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Maguire. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your life of public service. My question relates to prior to the transmission on August 26th from the IG to the DNI, were there any conversations that you had with the IG prior to August 26th related to this matter?
Congresswoman, there's been a lot that's happened in the last several weeks. As far as the timeline is concerned, I think that I'd like to take that and get back to you and give you a full chronology, if I may, on the actual timeline of events.
That will be very helpful to this committee in terms of if there were any preliminary conversations, what was discussed, and if there was any action taken as a result of those conversations. I want to turn to the complaint itself, which is made public for the American public to read. And let me preface this by saying that I greatly appreciate your statement that you believe the whistleblower is operating in good faith. I think that's very important for Americans to hear. But on page 1, and I'm not going to improvise for parody purposes like the chairman of this committee did, I'm going to quote it directly. On page 1, the complaint reads, quote, "I was not a direct witness to most of the events described." This seems like a very important line to look into, and I think the American public will have questions in particular about that line. So my question to you is, for the record, did the IG fully investigate the allegations into this complaint at this time? Has the IG fully investigated the allegations in this complaint?
As I said earlier, Congresswoman, I believe that the Intelligence Community Inspector General did a thorough investigation with the 14-day time frame that he had, and under that timeline, to the best of his ability, made the determination that it was both credible and urgent. I have no reason to doubt that Michael Atkinson did anything but his job.
Sure. So when you talk about a full investigation, were the veracity of the allegations in the complaint looked into? There were many references to White House officials. Do you know if the IG spoke with those White House officials? Do you know if he investigated, again, the truthfulness of these allegations? Or was it a preliminary investigation?
Congresswoman, I'd have to defer to the IG to respond to you on that. But all I do know, although I do not know the identity of the whistleblower, I do know that Michael Atkinson had, in fact, discussed this with the whistleblower and found his complaint to be credible. As far as who else he spoke with, I am unaware of what went on in Michael Atkinson's investigation into this matter.
So, as of today, the only individual that we know the IG spoke with is the complainant, is the author and the whistleblower.
No, Congresswoman, what I'm saying is I am unaware who else Michael Atkinson may have spoken to. I'm just unfamiliar with his investigative process and everybody that he spoke to in this regard.
Thank you for the answer on the record. Again, for the American public, they're going to have many questions as they read this complaint today. And because on page 1 it says no direct knowledge, I think it's very important that we that we have questions answered for individuals that do have direct knowledge. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you. Mr. Maguire, do you agree that the definition of a cover-up is an attempt to prevent people from discovering a crime?
I'd say that's close. I mean, I'm sure there's others one, but I don't disagree with that, sir.
And in the whistleblower's complaint, the whistleblower alleges that immediately after the president's call with the president of Ukraine on July 25, White House lawyers moved quickly to direct White House officials to move electronic transcripts from one computer system where it was normally stored to a secret classified information system. Is that right?
Congresswoman, excuse me, sir, I apologize. Congressman,
Is that what was alleged in the whistleblower complaint?
Congressman,
Yes or no?
sir, all I know is that is the
No,
allegation.
but is that what, I'm asking you that. That's what's alleged.
That's the allegation.
And you
Whether or
read
not-
that allegation, and the first people that you go to after you read that allegation are the White House lawyers who are telling the White House officials who see this transcript and move it into a secret compartmentalized system. Those are the first people you go to.
Well, let's say a couple of things.
Is that
One,
yes or no?
Yes, but
Okay,
also,
I'm gonna keep going here. So you get this complaint. Inspector General says urgent, credible. You have no wiggle room to not go to Congress, and instead you send your concern to the subject of the complaint, the White House. So did the White House tell you after you sent your concern about privilege, did they tell you to go to the Department of Justice next?
my team, my counsel, in consultation with the intelligence community inspector general, went to the Office of Legal Counsel.
So,
and we were not directed to do that.
And Mr. Maguire, you said that this did not involve ongoing intelligence activities. However, the whistleblower says that this is not the first time that the president's transcripts with foreign leaders were improperly moved to an intelligence community code word system. Is that a part of the allegation?
I believe that's in the letter, and I will let the letter speak for itself, sir.
Well, what can also speak for itself is that if a transcript with a foreign leader is improperly moved into an intelligence community classification system, that actually would involve your responsibilities. Is that right?
Not necessarily. That is, it is not underneath my authority and responsibility. And once again, this is an allegation that has been made, does not necessarily mean that that is a true statement.
And the allegation was determined to be urgent and credible by the Inspector General. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
So would you also want to know, though, considering that you are the Director of National Intelligence and transcripts are being moved into a secret intelligence system, whether other transcripts, perhaps maybe the President's phone calls with Vladimir Putin, with MBS of Saudi Arabia, or Erdogan of Turkey, or Kim Jong-un, would you want to know if those are also being improperly moved because the President is trying to cover up something?
Congressman, how the White House, the office of the Executive Office of the President, and the National Security Council conduct their business is their business.
Well, it's actually your business to protect America's secrets. Is that right?
It's all of ours, this committee as well.
And if there's cover-up activity because the President is working improperly with a foreign government, that could compromise America's secrets. Is that right?
Congressman, there is an allegation of a cover-up. I'm sure an investigation, and before this committee, might lend credence or disprove that. But right now, all we have is an allegation for secondhand information from a whistleblower. I have no knowledge on whether or not that is true and accurate statement.
The Department of Justice opinion you relied upon said that you are not responsible for preventing foreign election interference. Is that right? That was in the opinion.
What the Office of Legal Counsel did was over 11 pages render an opinion defining and explaining their justification for it not complying with urgent concern.
Are you responsible for preventing election interference?
Election interference.
By a foreign government?
Congressman, election interference.
I hope you know this answer is yes or no. Are you responsible for preventing election interference?
My election interference is
Boy,
top priority. It is the top priority in the intelligence community.
Is it your priority, though?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this complaint also alleges a shakedown with a foreign government by the United States President involving a rogue actor, as Mr. Quigley pointed out, who has no clearance, no authority under the United States, and an effort by the White House to move the transcript of this call to a secret system. Is that right? That's at least what's alleged.
Congressman, I believe that election security is my most fundamental priority. However, this complaint focused on a conversation by the President with another foreign leader, not election security.
I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
And if that conversation involved the President requesting help in the form of intervention in our election, is that not an issue of interference in our election?
Chairman, once again, this was sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
No, I understand that, but you're not suggesting, are you, that the President is somehow immune from the laws that preclude a U.S. person from seeking foreign help in a U.S. election, are you?
What I am saying, Chairman Schiff, is that no one, none of us, is above the law in this country.
Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Chairman. Admiral, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I tell all my friends all the time that I've gotten more surveillance as a member of Congress than I did as an undercover officer in the CIA. And I think you've gotten more arrows shot at you, since you've been DNI than you did in your almost 4 decades on the battlefield. A specific question, the letter that's contained in the whistleblower package, it's actually dated August 12th, and I recognize this may be a better question to be asking the ICIG. That letter is dated August 12th, and it's to the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and to the chairman of this committee. Do you know if the whistleblower provided that letter to those 2 chairmen concurrently with the ICIG?
No, Congressman. As I said earlier, I believe that the whistleblower and the ICIG acted in good faith and followed the law every step of the way.
Good copy. We've talked about the way the law on the whistleblower statute says you shall share if it's decided to be an urgent concern. However, best practices has always been to share regardless of whether that urgent concern. Do you see any reason, negative impact on the intelligence community if that legislation was changed to say all whistleblower complaints should be shared with the committees?
That's correct. And in addition to that, Congressman, I mean, let's just say the allegation was made against a member of this committee. Members of this committee, although you are on the Intelligence Committee, are not members of the intelligence community. And as the DNI, I have no authority or responsibility over this committee.
But my question is, do you think that if every whistleblower complaint that was brought to the Intelligence Community Inspector General was always shared with this committee, would that have any impact on intelligence equities? And I ask that because I don't know why, when the statute was written, that it didn't say all should be shared rather than only urgent concern. And my question to you as the head of the intelligence community, do you think if we change that law, would it have impact on intelligence equities?
I don't think that a law could be changed to cover all things that might possibly happen. I think we have a good law. I think it is well written. However, as I said, Congressman, this is unprecedented, and this is a unique situation. Why this one is, this is why we're sitting here this morning.
Sure, and I hope we're not in this position again. However, if we do find ourselves in this position again, I want to make sure that there's not any uncertainty in when information should be shared to this committee. Was the ODNI, or under you or under your predecessor, aware of an OMB decision to suspend Ukrainian aid, as was alleged in this complaint?
As far as I am concerned personally, Congressman, no, I have no knowledge of that, and I am unaware if anybody within the ODNI is aware of that. I just don't know the answer to that.
And again, I apologize for a lot of these legal questions that may be best directed at somebody else, but I feel like you have a perspective. When does OLC, Office of
Legal Counsel,
guidance override laws passed by Congress?
The Office of Legal Counsel does not override laws passed by Congress. What it does is it passes legal opinion for those of us who are in the executive branch. And the Office of Legal Counsel, legal opinion, is binding to everyone within the executive branch.
Good copy. And I have 2 final questions, and I'm going to ask them together to give you the time to answer them both. What is your assessment of how intelligence operations in general are going to be impacted by this latest episode? And when I say episode, I'm referring to the media circus, the political circus, the technical issues that are related to this whistleblower revelation. You alluded to it in some of your previous questions, but I would like your assessment on how this could impact intelligence operations in the future. And I do believe this is your first time testifying to Congress in your position, right? And I would welcome in the end, I know this is a little off topic, what do you see are greatest challenges and threats to this country as the Director of National Intelligence?
Well, let me answer the latter part of that. I think that the greatest challenge that we face is not necessarily, from a kinetic strike or with Russia or China or Iran or North Korea. I think the greatest challenge that we do have is to make sure that we maintain the integrity of our election system. We know right now, that there are foreign powers who are trying to get us to question the validity on whether or not our elections are valid. So first and foremost, I think that protecting the sanctity of our election within the United States, whether it be national, city, state, and local, is perhaps the most important job that we have with the intelligence community. Outside of that, we do face significant threats. I'd say number one is not necessarily kinetic, but cyber. This is a cyber world. We talk about whether or not the great competition is taking place with Russia and China, and we are, building ships and weapons to do that. But in my estimation, the great competition with these countries is taking place right now, and is doing that in the cyber realm.
Admiral, my time is, I think, running out,
Yes,
but the broader implications on intelligence operations of this current whistleblower situation.
Well, I will tell you, in light of this, I clearly have a lot of work as the leader of this community to do, to reassure that the intelligence community that, in fact, I am totally committed to the whistleblower program, and I am absolutely committed to protecting the anonymity of this individual, as well as making sure that Michael Atkinson, who is our ICIG, continues to be able to do his job unfettered. But I think that with that, I certainly have to be proactive in my communications with my team.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the time I may or may not have.
Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Maguire, for your testimony today. I want to say thank you also to the whistleblower for having the courage and the bravery to come forward on behalf of the nation. Thank you to Mr. Atkinson, also the Inspector General, for his courage in coming forward to Congress. You mentioned that you believe that the whistleblower's report is credible, that the whistleblower is credible, that the whistleblower acted in good faith. You've had a chance now, as we have, and I believe the American people have, had an opportunity to review both the whistleblower complaint and the transcript that was released of the phone call between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine. You've read both documents by now, haven't you?
Yes, Congressman.
Would you say that the whistleblower's complaint is remarkably consistent with the transcript that was released?
I would say that the whistleblower's complaint is in alignment with what was released yesterday by the President.
Okay, I want to read you a quick section of both to underscore exactly how accurate and consistent this complaint is. On page 2 of the whistleblower's complaint, the whistleblower says, according to the White House officials who had direct knowledge of the call, the President pressured Mr. Zelensky to, and then there's a few bullet points. The first one says, initiate or continue an investigation into the activities of former Vice President Joseph Biden and his son Hunter Biden. Then the third bullet point, meet or speak with two people the President named explicitly as his personal envoys on these matters, Mr. Giuliani and Attorney General Barr, to whom the President referred multiple times in tandem. In the transcript that was released on page 4 of the first paragraph, into what looks like the third sentence, President Trump says, the former ambassador from the United States, the woman, was bad news, and the people she was dealing with in the Ukraine were bad news, so I just want to let you know that. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, etc. Do you have reason to doubt what the whistleblower has brought forward?
Getting back into Michael Atkinson's determination on whether or not was credible or urgent concern. As the DNI, it is not my place to ensure that it is credible. That is the ICIG's job as the inspector. He has determined that it is credible. My only trouble was that, in fact, it involves someone who is not in the intelligence community or in an organization under which I have authority and responsibility. Outside of that,
But Director Maguire, you agree that it involved intelligence matters, it involved an issue of election interference, it involved an investigation of U.S. persons, including a former vice president. If you had knowledge, or the CIA had knowledge, that a government was going to investigate or drum up an investigation against a former vice president, would that not that wouldn't qualify as an intelligence matter? Would that qualify as an intelligence matter, yes or no?
well, I don't mean to say that's kind of a hypothetical question, sir.
No, I don't think it's hypothetical.
well,
That's exactly what's in the transcript. That's what he's asking for.
What the complaint,
But that's what the president is asking the president of Ukraine to do. He's asking the president of Ukraine to investigate a former vice president of the United States. Does that qualify as an intelligence matter that the CIA would want to know?
the conversation was by the president to the president of Ukraine, as you know, and it is his, I am not.
But Mr. Maguire, I understand, but that cannot be an ultimate shield against transparency. It can't be an ultimate shield against accountability. The president is not above the law. One thing that you haven't told us is if your office or if the Inspector General is not able to investigate, then who is able to investigate?
Congressman Castro, once again, sir, as I mentioned several times so far, although it did not come to the committee, the complaint was referred to the Judicial Department for criminal investigation. This was not swept under the rug.
I have one more question for you. Why did your office think you should appeal the IG's determination about quote-unquote urgent concern to the DOJ? That has never been done before. It's never been done before.
This is unprecedented in that in the past that there has never been a matter that the Inspector General has investigated that did not involve a member of the intelligence community or an organization that the Director of National Intelligence...
One last point I would make with respect to, you keep saying the President is not part of the intelligence community. I believe he is. The President, you agree, has the ability to declassify any single intelligence document. Do you agree that's true?
The President has original classification authority.
Then how is that person outside of the intelligence community?
Excuse me. He is the President of the United States above the entire executive branch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Radcliffe.
Thank you, Chairman. Admiral, good to see you.
Good to see you again, sir.
You served in the Navy 36 years. You commanded SEAL Team 2, and you retired as Vice Admiral of the Navy, correct?
That's correct, Congressman.
All right. And despite the fact that after that service, you became acting DNI 23 days after the Trump-Zelensky call and 4 days after the whistleblower made his or her complaint, you were subpoenaed before this committee after being publicly accused of committing a crime, correct?
Yes, Congressman.
Chairman Schiff wrote a letter on September 13th accusing you of being part of a, quote, unlawful cover-up, and then the Speaker of the House took it one step further. She went on national TV and said not once but twice that you broke the law, that you committed a crime. She said the acting director of national intelligence blocked him, meaning the ICIG, from disclosing the whistleblower complaint. This is a violation of the law. You were publicly accused of committing a crime. You were also falsely accused of committing a crime. As you have so accurately related, you were required to follow not just an opinion of what the law is, but the opinion from the Justice Department, an 11-page opinion about whether or not you were required by law to report the whistleblower complaint, correct?
That's correct, Congressman.
And that opinion says, the question is whether such a complaint falls within the statutory definition of urgent concern that the law requires the DNI to forward to the Intelligence Committee. We conclude that it does not. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
I better have, right? That's an opinion not from Bill Barr. That's an opinion from the Department of Justice ethics lawyers, not political appointees, but career officials that serve Republicans and Democrats, the ethics lawyers at the Department of Justice that determined that you did follow the law. So you were publicly accused, you were also falsely accused, and yet here today, I haven't heard anything close to an apology for that. Welcome to the House of Representatives with Democrats in charge. Let me turn to the matter that we're here for. A lot of talk about this whistleblower complaint. The question is, at this point, given what we have, why all the focus on this whistleblower? The best evidence of what President Trump said to President Zelensky is a transcript of what President Trump said to President Zelensky. I'm not casting aspersions on the whistleblower's good faith or their intent, but a secondhand account of something someone didn't hear isn't as good as the best evidence of what was actually said. And to that point, despite good faith, the whistleblower is in fact wrong in numerous respects. And I know everyone's not going to have time to read the whistleblower's complaint, but the whistleblower says that I am deeply concerned, talking about the president, that there was a serious or flagrant problem, abuse, or violation of the law. The whistleblower then goes on to say, I was not a direct witness to the events described. However, I found my colleagues' accounts of this to be credible. And then talking about those accounts of which this whistleblower complaint is based on, the whistleblower tells us the officials that I spoke with told me, and I was told that, and I learned from multiple U.S. officials that, and White House officials told me that, and I also learned from multiple U.S. officials that. In other words, all of this is secondhand information. None of it is firsthand information. The whistleblower then goes on to cite additional sources besides those secondhand information. Those sources happen to include mainstream media. The sources that the whistleblower bases his complaints on include the Washington Post, the New York Times, Politico, The Hill, Bloomberg, ABC News, and others. In other words, much like the Steele dossier, the allegations in the whistleblower's complaints are based on third-hand mainstream media sources rather than first-hand information. The whistleblower also appears to allege crimes not just against the president, but says with regard to this scheme to solicit interference from a foreign country in the 2020 election that, quote, the president's personal lawyer, Mr. Rudolph Giuliani, is a central figure in this effort, and Attorney General Barr appears to be involved as well. But buried in a footnote, a couple of pages later, the whistleblower admits, I do not know the extent to which, if at all, Mr. Giuliani is directly coordinating his efforts on the Ukraine with Attorney General Barr. Attorney General does know because he issued a statement yesterday saying there was no involvement. My point in all of this is, again, the transcript is the best evidence of what we have, and so that the American people are very clear what that transcript relates is legal communications. The United States is allowed to solicit help from a foreign government in an ongoing criminal investigation, which is exactly what President Trump did in that conversation. So if the Democrats are intent on impeaching the president for lawful conduct, then be my guest. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Ratcliffe.
Mr. Heck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for being here, sir. Thank you very much for your service. I want to step back a little bit and kind of put into perspective, I think, what's at stake here. Obviously, yesterday, the White House released the transcript of that July 25th conversation between President Trump and President Zelensky. And we now know that this phone call was indeed a part of the whistleblower complaint. Yesterday, the chair at a press conference characterized the president's conversation in that call as a shakedown of the Ukrainian leader. He was not suggesting that it was a shakedown for either information or money, but instead it was a shakedown for help to win a presidential election, which is coming up next year. So now let's fast rewind to May 7th of this year, when FBI Director Christopher Wray testified before the United States Senate that, and I'm quoting now, any public official or member of any campaign should immediately report to the FBI any conversations with foreign actors about, quote, influencing or interfering with our election. Director Wray is, of course, the top cop in the United States of America. You agree with Director Wray, do you not, sir?
Congressman Heck, I do not disagree with Director Wray. And
Is that the same thing as you agree with him, sir?
Yes.
Okay,
Once
thank
again,
you.
though,
Let me go on,
It
fast
was
forward.
It was referred to the FBI.
Let me fast forward.
Yes, sir.
Was it referred to the FBI by the President who actually engaged in the conversation? No, it was not. Let me fast forward to June 13th, when, that's 5 weeks in advance of that, when the chair of the Federal Elections Commission made the following statement. Follow me, please. Let me make something 100% clear to the American public and anyone running for public office. It is illegal for any person to accept, solicit, or receive anything of value from a foreign national in connection with the U.S. election. This is not a novel concept. Election intervention from foreign governments has been considered unacceptable since the beginnings of our nation. Do you agree with the FEC chair, Weintraub, Mr. Director?
I agree that our elections are sacred, and any interference from an outside source is just not what we want to do.
And to solicit or accept it is illegal.
I don't know about that. I'm not a lawyer, sir. I don't mean to be evasive, but I can't.
So you think it is okay for a public official to solicit, or it may be okay? You do not know the law in this regard. You think it may be okay for a candidate or an elected official to solicit foreign interference in our election? I cannot believe you're saying that. You're not really saying that, right?
No, I'm not saying that, Congressman Heck, at all.
So we should note that the FEC chair was prompted to say this because it was just literally the day before that the President of the United States sat at the Resolute desk in the most iconic room in the United States, the Oval Office, and said that FBI Director Wray was wrong. You're obviously disagreeing with that. He also said that he would consider accepting foreign help. And of course, yesterday we learned that the President did in fact do exactly that, solicited that help. Director, whether it's this President or any President, do you believe it is okay for the President of the United States to pressure a foreign country into helping him or her win an election?
Congressman Heck, I believe that no one is above the law, and we've discussed what we think applies to the law.
So it is illegal to solicit?
No, I can't answer that. Once again, sir.
I can't reconcile your two statements. Is it okay for a president to pressure, any president, to pressure a foreign government for help to win an election?
It is unwarranted, it is unwelcome, it is bad for the nation to have outside interference, any foreign power.
And by extension, it would be equally unacceptable to extort that assistance as well.
I mean, all I know is that I have the transcripts as you have. I have the whistleblower complaint as you have. And
I wasn't referring to the whistleblower complaint, but if any president were to do this, and I accept your answer, I think it's beyond unacceptable, Director.
Yes, sir.
I think it's wrong, and I think we all know it. I think we were taught this at a very young age, and there's a voice within most of us, unfortunately, evidently not all of us, that suggest that it is wrong. It is illegal, and it is wrong. And I thank you, sir, and with that, I yield back.
But, Congressman, if I may just answer once again.
I've run out of time, sir.
Sir, no, you've got.
Director, you may answer.
Thank you.
Director?
Go ahead.
Feel free to respond.
Once again, it was referred to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Not by the President.
No, by this office.
Right.
And by the Office of and by the ICIG.
Director Wray said that any candidate or elected official should immediately report it. He didn't say that the Director of O&I should report it, although you should and you did, thank you, but the person involved did not do what Director Wray said should occur, period.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you. Director, I want to say thank you. There's nobody in this room who can claim to have served their country longer and more valiantly than you. And I heard in your opening remarks that your family before you has been committed to this country, and I say thank you. Second, I appreciated your candor when, in your opening statement, you acknowledged that the whistleblower acted in good faith. And third, I appreciated your acknowledgement that the Inspector General also acted in good faith and according to his view of the law. And I want to say this. When you said you were in a unique position, that's an understatement. You got a complaint involving the President of the United States and also the United States Attorney General. I disagree with some of the decisions you made, but I have no doubt whatsoever that the same sense of duty that you applied in your long and illustrious career guided you as you made these decisions. So thank you for that. But I want to ask a few questions about the extraordinary document that came to your attention. The DNI has jurisdiction over foreign interference in our elections, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, you're aware, as we all are, of the Mueller report and his indictments against 12 foreign nationals, Russians, who actively interfered in our election, correct?
I have read the report, yes.
Yeah, so it's just a huge responsibility that your agency has, correct? In this case, because of the two things you mentioned, that the president is the one person that's above the intelligence community in your sense about executive privilege, you did not forward the complaint to us, correct?
I did not, yes, Congressman Welsh, because I was still working with the White House.
No, I understand
Yes,
that.
Yes, sir.
You've been very clear on that. But let me just ask a hypothetical just to show the dilemma that you were in. Let's say a U.S. senator who is well-connected, or a private citizen really well-connected, had access to and had a conversation as a result of that with the leader of a foreign country, and asked that person for a favor, the U.S. senator, let's say, of providing dirt on a political opponent. Is that something that you would see that should be forwarded to this committee?
Congressman, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's very difficult to answer hypothetical questions. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I won't make it hypothetical. Let's say instead of being a conversation between President and the President of Ukraine, it was a U.S. senator who, let's say, was the head of the Foreign Relations Committee and was asking for the foreign leader.
I understand.
So
Yes,
would
sir.
you forward that to our committee?
Sir, that would not be, once again, I think I mentioned that a little bit early in our conversation, that the United States Senator is not a member of the intelligence community. And the Director of National Intelligence, does not have the authority and responsibility for the U.S. Senate. So any wrongdoing in that regard should be referred to the Department of Justice for criminal investigation.
All right, well, I'd respectfully disagree with you because obviously that would be a solicitation by that U.S. Senator for interference in our elections, and that's in your jurisdiction, correct?
Well, election interference is indeed, yes, Congressman Welsh.
Okay.
But once again, Congressman, although it is, as far as what the legal responsibility to do in compliance with the Intelligence Reform Act, the Whistleblower Protection Act, it does not, the statute does not allow for that to be done.
Well, I disagree with that.
Yes, sir.
But here's the dilemma that you were in and we're in, but we're going to now be able to follow up because executive privilege, if it existed, was waived. Under your approach, as you saw it, it means that no one would be investigating the underlying conduct because in this case, executive privilege applies or may apply. And number two, the president who had the conversation is above the law. So that's a dilemma for our democracy, is it not?
The complaint was sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, totally disregarding any concern for executive privilege.
I understand, but the Federal Bureau of Investigation never did a follow-up investigation, right?
I believe that they have concluded the investigation. I'm not sure, in addition to being involved with this matter here. I also have other pressing matters. As Director, I apologize.
In the Justice Department, led by Mr. Barr, who is the subject of the complaint, is the department that provided the opinion that there's no action to be taken.
I believe that the Attorney General was mentioned in the complaint, not necessarily subject of the complaint, sir.
Well, he was mentioned.
Yes, sir.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
Congressman Wells, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Maloney. Director Maguire, what was your first day on the job?
My first day on the job was Friday, the 16th of August, and I think I set a new record in the administration for being subpoenaed before any other.
You had a heck of a first week, didn't you, sir?
Not that much going for me, sir.
The complaint is dated August 12th. Whatever else you've done right in your career, sir, your timing is got to be something you worry about.
Congressman, I think that Dan Coates' timing is better than mine.
Sir, look, there's been a lot of talk here today about the process. I just want to summarize a couple of things, if that's okay.
Yes,
so you're in your, but you're hit with this complaint, and it says that the President of the United States pressured a foreign leader to help him investigate a political opponent, and that political opponent's son, in fact. That president asked the foreign leader to work with a private citizen, Mr. Giuliani, and the Attorney General of the United States, Bill Barr, on that scheme. The president at that dollars of assistance, holding that over that Ukrainian president's head. That Ukrainian president raises in the conversation how U.S. military assistance, javelins, defensive weapons. He's got Russian troops in his country. The wolf is at the door. The president asks for a favor, complains about Ukrainian reciprocity. Not getting enough from you, that's what reciprocity is, right? We got to get something from you if we're giving something to you. He names the political opponents by name, the Bidens. Ukrainian president says he'll do it, that he'll do the investigation. That's what you're hit with. And you're looking at that complaint that in the second paragraph alleges serious wrongdoing by the President of the United States, and the first thing you do is go to the President's men at the White House and women and say, should I give it to Congress? And in the second paragraph of that complaint, sir, it also suggests the Attorney General could be involved. And the second thing you do is go to the Attorney General's people at the Justice Department and ask them if you should give it to Congress. Sir, I have no question about your character. I've read your bio. I have some questions about your decision and the judgment in those decisions. See any conflicts here?
Congressman Maloney, I have a lot of leadership experience. I do. And as you said, it came to me very early on in this. The fact that I am the acting DNI, and I was still using Garmin to get to work, that this came to my attention involving the President of the United States and the important matter of this. In the past, as I said before, I have always worked with legal counsel. Because of the magnitude and the importance of this decision, I just, sir, as a naval officer for years, I just thought it would be prudent.
I understand
now,
the
also
prudent
want to
point.
say, sir, if I may, my life would have been a heck of a lot simpler without becoming the most famous man in the United States.
Don't doubt that at all, sir. My question, sir, is when you were considering prudence, did you think it was prudent to give a veto power over whether the Congress saw this serious allegation of wrongdoing to the two people implicated by it? Is that prudent?
I have to work with the situation as it is, Congressman Maloney. Only the White House can determine or waive executive privilege. There is no one else to go to. And as far as a second opinion, my only avenue of that was to go to the Department of Justice, Office of Legal Counsel.
And you understand, sir, that if unchallenged by your own Inspector General, your decision, that prudence, would have prevented these serious allegations from ever reaching the Congress. Quick question. In response to Mr. Himes, I think you left the door open that you spoke to the President of the United States about this whistleblower complaint. Sir, did you speak personally to the President of the United States at any time about this complaint?
Congressman, once again, I am the President's intelligence officer. I speak to the President. I cannot say one
Mr.
word.
Director, I know you speak to the President a lot. It's a simple question, sir. Did you speak to him about this whistleblower complaint? Yes or no?
Congressman Maloney, my conversation with the President of the United States is privileged.
So you're not denying that you spoke to the President? I'm not asking you for the content, sir.
Congressman,
I don't want the
I'm just
content.
saying my
Did you or did you not speak to the President about this whistleblower complaint?
I speak to the President about a lot of things, and anything that I say to the President of the United States in any forum is privileged.
Not asking for the content. Are you denying that you spoke to the President?
I am just telling you once again, I speak to the President, and anything I say to the President is confidential.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, you got me. That's the way it is.
I understand. Thank you.
And Director, you understand, we're not asking you about your conversations with the President, about national security, about foreign policy, about the National Counterterrorism Center. We just want to know, did you discuss this subject with the President? You can imagine what a profound conflict of interest that would be. Did you discuss this subject, this whistleblower complaint, with the President? You can say, I did not discuss it with him, if that's the answer. That doesn't betray any privilege. And you can say, I did discuss it with him, but I'm not going to get into the content of those conversations. That question you can answer.
Chairman Schiff, once again, you know, my conversation, no matter what the subject is with the President of the United States, is privileged conversation between the Director of National Intelligence and the President.
Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and Director Maguire, thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for your service.
Good morning, Congresswoman.
I know you said that you took your first oath in 1974.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a long time, but a long time to be proud of the service. I took my first oath in 1984 when I was sworn in as a law enforcement officer, and I thank you so much for saying that public service is a sacred trust, because regardless of the circumstances or who's involved, public service is a sacred trust. I've had an opportunity as a law enforcement officer, I'm a member of Congress now, but to investigate internal cases involving other personnel. I've had an opportunity to investigate numerous other cases, criminal cases, and never once, just for the record, Director Maguire, did I ever go to the suspect or the defendant or the principal in those cases to ask them what I should do in the case. There's been a lot of talk this morning. The whole discussion, the whole reason why we're here centers around the U.S. relationship with Ukraine. I think you would agree that Ukraine is very dependent on the United States in terms of assisting them in defending themselves. Could you, based on your many years of experience in the military and now in your new position, talk a little bit about that relationship and how important it is for the United States to assist Ukraine if they're ever going to be able to defend themselves?
Yes, Congressman, I think that the United States has been extremely supportive of Ukraine. I would say that they are relying on us as they rely on other people in Europe. And I would also say that the United States is probably paying more of their fair share for the support of Ukraine than the others. The threats are real for the Ukrainian people, and the stake of freedom and democracy is also, even though it's in the Ukraine, is also very much a concern.
So based on that, you would say Ukraine probably could never get there without the support and the assistance of the United States or from the United States of America?
I would say that if others were willing to step up and support, they might be able to get there.
But they are not. We're there. And so I think you've said it would be difficult for Ukraine to meet that goal of defending themselves without our support, correct?
I would say it would be a challenge, yes, Congresswoman.
This complaint outlines a scheme by the President of the United States, and I'm not really sure what to call Rudy Giuliani these days, what his role is. Maybe he's the new fixer, I'm not sure. But either way, it involves a scheme to coerce Ukraine, this country that you say is so very dependent on the United States to defend themselves, to coerce Ukraine into assisting the president's re-election efforts in 2020. In the report from your Inspector General, the memo that was sent to you, it says on July 18th, the Office of Management and Budget official informed the departments and agencies that the president earlier that month had issued instructions to suspend all U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. Neither OMB nor the NSC staff knew why this instruction had been issued. During interagency meetings on the 23rd of July and the 26th of July, OMB officials again stated explicitly that the instruction to suspend this assistance had come directly from the president, but they were still unaware of a policy rationale. So the 23rd, 26th, on the 18th, this issue first came up where the president was rescinding or suspending that assistance that you said Ukraine so desperately depends on. Director Maguire, we deal in what's reasonable here. And I believe your Inspector General included that in the report because this whole issue is about Ukraine's position, relationship with the United States, their dependency on the United States, and the president's efforts to coerce Ukraine into engaging in an illegal and improper investigation. Do you believe that's why your Inspector General added that about suspending their support to Ukraine?
I think that Michael Atkinson found it to be credible, and he viewed that it was a matter of urgent concern to forward to this committee.
Do you think it's reasonable for the American people and for this committee on both sides to believe that there is a correlation or a nexus between the president suspending the aid and the conversation that took place on the follow-up conversation?
Yes, Congresswoman, that is the allegation that is made, and I did not have access to the transcripts. My only information was the ICIG's cover letter and the whistleblower allegation. The other information coming to light yesterday, as released by the president, changes things in different light.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask one more question?
Without objection.
My understanding is that the Inspector General is a career intelligence person. He's worked in the Department of Justice. He's received numerous awards for outstanding, exemplary performance. Did you have any reason to deny or not believe his conclusions in every area of this report that he was directly involved in?
Congresswoman, Michael Atkinson is a valued and trusted colleague. I respect him tremendously. The question came down to, as we just over and over again, urgent concern and whether or not the intelligence community Whistleblower Protection Act, as written, allows me to forward it to this committee. That's where I got stuck, ma'am, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Mr. Krishnamurthy.
Mr. Maguire, thank you so much for your service to our country, and thank you for your patriotism. I want to ask you a couple questions about the time surrounding July 25th to the time that you came into office as DNI. As you know, the phone call between President Trump and the Ukrainian president happened on July 25th of this year, correct?
I believe July 25th, I believe, sir.
At least one of them happened on July 25th. At that time, the DNI was Dan Coates, and his deputy was Sue Gordon. As you know, the whistleblower claim was filed on August 12th of this year, and then you took office on August 16th, 4 days later.
Yes, sir.
Prior to taking your new job, or since, did you discuss the July 25th call or the whistleblower complaint with DNI Coates?
I wouldn't have taken the job if I did. No, sir.
And how about with Sue Gordon?
No, not at all. I don't believe, to the best of my ability, I do not think that either Director Coates or our principal deputy, Sue Gordon, have any sense whatsoever about this whistleblower complaint or that Michael Atkinson had it.
Before your current role, did you discuss Ukraine with President Trump?
No, Congressman. I haven't discussed Ukraine with anybody. Let me put it to you that way.
You haven't discussed Ukraine with anybody in your current role as the acting DNI?
Well, as intelligence reports, we've got about 190 countries out there, so whatever the President's daily brief is and matters that pertain to that. But as far as intelligence equities in that region right now, This has just not been something that has come to my attention in the 6 weeks that I've been the acting DNI.
Now, turning to the whistleblower and the Inspector General, you don't know the identity of the whistleblower, right?
Congressman, I do not, and I've made it my business to make sure that I do not.
Correct. And you don't know his political affiliation, obviously.
I do not. I do not know this individual.
Or her political affiliation. And of course, you believe that the whistleblower was operating in good faith.
I do.
And without bias.
I don't know about that. I do not know about that. I do believe that the
But you have no reason to believe that he or she was acting with bias, correct?
I just believe that the whistleblower was acting in good faith.
But you have no reason to believe that the person was biased.
I would not know whether he biased or not biased, sir. I just don't know.
And of course, you will do everything you can to protect the whistleblower from any attempts to retaliate against him or her, correct?
I will not permit the whistleblower to be subject to any retaliation or adverse consequences for going to the IG. I am absolutely committed to that.
And unlike the whistleblower, you do know the Inspector General,
Yes,
obviously.
and I hold him in high esteem.
And like the whistleblower, he also operated in the highest faith, right?
I believe that Michael Atkinson, yes.
And interestingly, Mr. Atkinson was actually appointed by President Donald Trump, right?
Yes, he was. He's a presidential appointee.
At what lends real credibility to the whistleblower's complaint is the fact that Mr. Atkinson, an appointee of the president, would actually bring forward a complaint against his boss. And that's something that is especially courageous. What I want to hear from you is that you will also do everything you can to protect Mr. Atkinson from potential retaliation.
Congressman, absolutely.
Very good. Now, the White House released a memorandum of telephone conversation from the July 25th, 2019 call, right?
I believe that was what was transmitted yesterday morning, sir.
And they call that a telcon in the jargon of these memoranda. Is that right?
I'm familiar. This is the first time I've ever seen the transcript of a presidential conversation with a foreign leader.
Okay, have you been...
Telcon would be short for telephone conversation, though.
Exactly. And have you been a party to a conversation between the president and a foreign leader on a phone call?
When I am in the office to provide the intelligence brief to the president, some foreign head of state might call in. The president may either ask us to leave or just stay there for a brief call from time to time. Yes, sir.
And there are note takers who actually scribble down furiously what's being said on those calls.
If they are note takers, they would not be in the Oval Office with us. They might be listening somewhere else, sir.
Like from the Situation Room. And in
or where, I don't know, but somewhere within the White House, yes.
And within this particular situation, maybe more than a dozen people were on the phone call.
That's the allegation, yes.
And they were all taking notes, presumably.
If they're good public servants, yes, Congressman.
Were you were you ever a party to a call where the notes that you took were then given to someone at the White House for keeping?
I have never been party to any call other than my own. I would take notes from my own at my level or as the Director of National Counterterrorism Center, but I have never been privy to a conversation with the President where I would be involved in taking notes. It would just be happenstance. I happened to be there, and he felt a brief conversation. But it's not anything that I would be in that office particularly for that matter.
Thank you for your service.
Well, thank you, Congressman, very much. Thank you.
And I'd like to recognize the ranking member for any final questions that he would have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Maguire, I just want to thank you for your attendance here today. Congratulations for surviving legal word challenge charade today. I expect, hopefully, we'll see you behind closed doors like this is supposed to be done. And I would just urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if they would like to impeach the president, they need to go to the floor of the House and actually call for a vote. The Intelligence Committee is not an appropriate place to try articles of impeachment. So there is a process in the Constitution that I would advise you all follow. In the meantime, Director Maguire, I want to apologize to you for being accused of crimes that you have not committed. It's totally inappropriate behavior for anyone to accuse someone that served 4 decades like you. I hope you do not have to go through this any longer. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I appreciate it, sir.
Director, I have a few more questions. Just to follow up, because I thought I heard you say a moment ago that you had no communication with the President on the subject of Ukraine. Did I understand you to say that?
I have not particularly had any conversation with anyone on the subject of Ukraine that didn't deal with the matter that we have right now in regard to the whistleblower complaint. So not particularly with the Office of Legal Counsel as far as mentioning Ukraine or as far as the Justice Department. All I did was send the documents forward. The allegations are in there, and I just let the documents speak for themselves.
So you're saying that you did not have any conversation on the subject of Ukraine that did not involve this complaint?
That's correct, sir. I mean, I've been in the acting DNI for 6 weeks.
I'm just trying to understand, because that is suggestive that you did have a conversation involving the complaint with the President.
No. That is not what I said, sir.
Okay. Director, you mentioned early on when we were on the subject of what the Inspector General was able to investigate or not investigate, whether the President is within the intelligence community or subject to the intelligence community. And by the way, the statute doesn't require that the subject of the complaint be within the intelligence community. It requires the whistleblower to be an employee or detailee. It doesn't require that the subject, the person complained of, be an employee of the intelligence community. But you have adopted an interpretation by the Justice Department that essentially says the President is above the Director, therefore the President is not subject to the jurisdiction of the Director, therefore it doesn't meet the definition of urgent concern, therefore the Inspector General is done. Inspector General can't investigate anymore. That's the Inspector General's reading of the Department opinion, that he is no longer allowed to investigate this. Is that your reading as well?
Chairman, not necessarily the President, but the allegation has to relate to the funding, administration, and operation of an intelligence activity within the responsibility and the authority of the Director of National Intelligence.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to get to whether the President is somehow beyond the reach of the law.
No, sir. No person in this country is beyond the reach.
Well, that's the way it should be, but I'm trying to figure out whether that's the way it is as a practical fact. The Inspector General believes that based on the opinion that you requested of the Department of Justice, he is no longer allowed to look into this because it doesn't meet the definition of an urgent concern because it involves the President. Is that your understanding of the Department opinion as well, that the Inspector General no longer has jurisdiction to look into this?
It is my understanding that both the Inspector General and I and my team are waiting for, we were waiting for the resolution of executive privilege to be determined. It is now no longer executive privilege. I'm not sure exactly what the statute has as far as what Michael can do, but we also are looking for a way. Now, if I did not send it forward, as you know, under urgent concern within the 7 days, then the statute would allow the whistleblower to come to you and still be protected.
Director,
but because we are accommodating.
My point is this. The Department of Justice has said, because this doesn't meet the statutory definition, because this involves the President, the Inspector General has no jurisdiction to investigate. Now, if this Inspector General has no jurisdiction to investigate because the President is above the agency, no Inspector General has jurisdiction to investigate. That is the effect of that opinion. Which, do you disagree?
I believe that the opinion was based on the reading of the statute and whether or not the situation here is compliant and comes underneath the statute. The Office of Legal Counsel opinion was that based on the criteria that you're required to have in order to support this legal statute, it does not. And he also said that because of that, it is not a matter of the intelligence community. But once again,
yes,
he said, however, you may go forward, and I have.
That's the key issue, Director. because it involves the president, it does not involve the intelligence community. That is the sum and substance. And the effect of that is the Inspector General has told us that he no longer has jurisdiction to investigate. And by the logic of that opinion, nor does any other Inspector General. Now, as you point out, this was referred to the Justice Department, was referred to the FBI and Justice Department. That department under Bill Barr, and with breathtaking speed, decided there's nothing to see here. It decided that we don't believe that this constitutes a violation of the campaign finance laws, and therefore we're not authorizing an investigation. The FBI is not authorized to investigate any of this. Any of this. So the IGs can't do it. According to the Department of Justice, the FBI can't do it because it doesn't meet their threshold that makes it worthy of investigation. So at this point, only this committee and this Congress is in a position to investigate. And I want to ask you, going to the whistleblower complaint, whether you believe these allegations are worthy of investigation. The whistleblower says, I have received information from multiple U.S. government officials that the President of the United States is using the power of his office to solicit interference from a foreign country in the 2020 U.S. election. You would agree that should be investigated, would you not?
Chairman, the horse has left the barn. You have all of the information. You have the whistleblower complaint. You have the letter from the ICIG. You have the Office of Legal Counsel opinion.
Yes, but
and you have
yes, we do. But would you agree that if there's a serious and credible
investigation,
you agree there should be an investigation?
I believe that it is a matter to be determined by the chair and this committee.
Well, I'm asking you as a career military officer, someone who I greatly respect and I admire your service to the country. Do you believe if there is a credible allegation by a whistleblower, corroborated by apparently multiple U.S. government officials, that the President of the United States is using the power of his office to solicit interference from a foreign country in the 2020 election, do you believe that should be investigated?
I don't believe it is corroborated by other folks. The whistleblower says that he spoke or she spoke to about a dozen other people. This is secondhand information. I'm not criticizing the whistleblower.
Yes, but the Inspector General took those 2 weeks, as you well told us, to corroborate that information. Now, we don't know which, if any, of these officials the Inspector General spoke to, and found it credible. And you've told us that you have no reason to believe otherwise. Am I right?
I had no reason to doubt a career Inspector General lawyer in his determination on whether or not it was credible. That is something for Michael to determine.
And let me ask you this. The whistleblower also says over the past 4 months, more than half a dozen U.S. officials informed me of various facts related to this effort to seek foreign interference. You would agree that we should speak to those half a dozen U.S. officials, would you not?
I think that you have all the material that the committee needs, and I think it's up to the committee how they think they need to proceed.
Well, I'm asking your opinion. As the head of our intelligence agencies, do you think that we should talk to those other people and find out whether the whistleblower is right?
My responsibility was to get you the whistleblower letter, the complaint, and the other information released. I have done my responsibility. That is on the shoulders of the legislative branch and this committee.
Well, let me ask you this, Director. The whistleblower also says, I am also concerned that these actions pose risks to U.S. national security and undermine the U.S. government's efforts to deter and counter foreign interference in U.S. elections. You would agree, if there's a credible allegation along those lines, that we should investigate it?
I agree that if there was an election interference, the complaint was not about election interference. It was about a classified, confidential, diplomatic conversation
involving election interference by the President, sought by the President. That doesn't take it out of the realm of seeking foreign assistance. It makes it all the more pernicious. Wouldn't you agree?
As I said, I don't disagree with the IGIC's assessment that it was a credible matter.
The whistleblower further says, namely, the President, sought to pressure the Ukrainian leader to take actions to help the President's 2020 re-election bid. You would agree that that should be investigated?
Not necessarily, sir. I mean, as far as it was investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it went to the...
No,
it said it did
the
not.
Department of Justice concluded that this wouldn't violate the election laws. Now, no one can understand how they could reach that conclusion after the 2 years we went through, but nonetheless, they didn't authorize the FBI to investigate it. You would agree someone should investigate this, wouldn't you?
I referred it, if I didn't, I would not have referred it to the Justice Department and to the FBI.
Well, then I'm glad that we're in agreement. The whistleblower says they told me that there was already discussion ongoing with White House lawyers about how to treat the call because of the likelihood in the officials' retelling they had witnessed the president abuse his office for personal gain. You would agree that that should be investigated, wouldn't you?
All I know is that that's the allegation.
Right,
Sure.
and it's credible and therefore should be investigated, right?
Well, again, it is hearsay, secondhand information. It should come to this committee for further investigation.
Thank you.
And I mean, you have it. You have the documents.
I just wanted to confirm that we're in agreement that you think the committee should investigate it. The whistleblower also says Donald Trump expressed his conviction that the new Ukrainian government will be able to quickly improve Ukraine's image and complete the investigation of corruption cases that have held back cooperation between Ukraine and the United States. This is the whistleblower citing the Ukrainian readout. You would agree that if the Ukrainian readout, when they're talking about corruption cases, is talking about investigating Biden and his son, and that has held back, the failure to do that has held back cooperation between our two countries, that should be investigated, right? That's of a national security dimension?
I don't agree with any of that. I did not agree that it should be investigated. What I said was that I complied with my requirement to send you the documents.
Well,
The documents have come to this committee, and that it is up to the chair, the ranking member, and this committee members to decide what to do with that information. I'm in no position to tell the chair or the committee to do an investigation or not do an investigation.
I find it remarkable that the Director of National Intelligence doesn't think credible allegations of someone seeking foreign assistance in a U.S. election should be investigated. Let me ask you this. The whistleblower further says, in the days following the phone call, I learned from multiple U.S. officials that senior White House officials had intervened to lock down all the records of the phone call. Do you have any reason to believe that the whistleblower's allegation there is incorrect?
I have no idea whether it is correct or incorrect, sir.
Someone should find out, though, right?
Excuse me?
Someone should find out if it's correct, shouldn't they?
I don't know if that is an incorrect allegation. I mean, I just do not know. Again, that is the work, that is the business of the executive branch of the White House and the office of the White House.
Well, corruption is not the business, or it shouldn't be, of the White House or anyone in it.
What the White House decides to do with their privileged communications and information, I believe, is the business of the White House.
Do you believe that's true even if that communication involves crime or fraud? I'm sure you're aware that there's an exception to any claim of privilege. The privilege can't be used to conceal crime or fraud.
As I said before, any crime or fraud or instances of wrongdoing should be referred to the Justice Department for investigation, as I did.
The whistleblower further alleges that White House officials told the whistleblower they were directed by White House lawyers to remove the electronic transcript, that is, of the call, from the computer system in which such transcripts are typically stored, and instead it was loaded into a separate electronic system that is otherwise used to store and handle classified information of a especially sensitive nature. One White House official described this act as an abuse of the electronic system. I do not know whether similar measures were taken to restrict access to other records of the call, such as contemporaneous handwritten notes taken by those who listened, and we should find out, shouldn't we?
Chairman Schiff, when I received a letter from Michael Atkinson on the 26th of August, he concurrently sent a letter to the Office of White House Counsel asking the White House Counsel to control and keep any information that pertained to that phone call on the 25th. It was a lengthy letter. Michael would be able to address it better, but I do believe that the ICIG, I know that the ICIG has sent a letter to the White House Counsel requesting that they keep all of that information.
But you would agree that if there's a credible allegation from this credible whistleblower that White House officials were moving these records into a system that was not designed for that purpose in an effort to cover up, essentially, potential misconduct, that ought to be looked into. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
To the best of my knowledge, when this allegation came forward, this whistleblower complaint, on the 12th of August, I have no idea what the timeline was as far as whether or not the White House, the National Security Council, or anybody involved in that conversation, what they did with the transcripts, where they put them. I just have absolutely no knowledge, nor the timeline of that, Chairman. It is not something that would be under my authority or responsibility.
The whistleblower makes a series of allegations involving Mr. Giuliani, cites a report in the New York Times about his planned trip to Ukraine to press the Ukrainian government to pursue investigations that would help the president in his 2020 re-election bid. You would agree that if the president was instructing his personal lawyer to seek, again, foreign help in a U.S. presidential election, that would be improper? I believe Mueller described such efforts to seek foreign assistance as unethical, unpatriotic, and very possibly criminal. Would you agree with Director Mueller that to seek foreign assistance that way would be unethical, unpatriotic, and very possibly a violation of law?
I believe that Mr. Giuliani is the president's personal lawyer, and whatever conversation that the president has with his personal lawyer, I would imagine would be by client attorney of privilege. I am in no position to criticize the president of the United States on how he wants to conduct that, and I have no knowing of what Mr. Giuliani does or does not do.
Let me ask you about the last couple allegations of the whistleblower. I learned from U.S. officials that on or around 14 May, the President instructed Vice President Pence to cancel his planned travel to Ukraine to attend President Zelensky's inauguration on 20 May. Secretary of Energy Rick Perry led the delegation instead. According to these officials, it was also made clear to them that the President did not want to meet with Mr. Zelensky until he saw how Zelensky, quote, chose to act, unquote, in office. I do not know how this guidance was communicated or by whom. I also do not know whether this action was connected with the broader understanding described in the unclassified letter that a meeting or phone call with the President and President Zelensky would depend on whether Zelensky showed the willingness to play ball. Do you know whether Mr. Pence, Vice President Pence's trip, was pulled because of an effort to find out first whether Ukraine was willing to play ball?
Chairman Schiff, no, I do not. I have no knowledge of any of that until this information came to me from the ICIG. I have absolutely no situation awareness or no knowledge of any of those facts.
Would you agree that if the Vice President's trip was canceled in order to put further pressure on Ukraine to manufacture dirt on Mr. Biden, that would be unethical, unpatriotic, and potentially a crime?
I do not know why the Vice President of the United States did not do that. I do know what the allegation was within the whistleblower complaint, and I don't know whether that allegation is accurate or not, Mr. Chairman.
Finally, the whistleblower says, on July 18, an Office of Management and Budget official informed departments and agencies that the President earlier that month had issued instructions to suspend all U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. Neither OMB nor the NIC staff knew why this instruction had been issued. Senator McConnell said the other day that he spoke with the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State, and he didn't know why the instruction had been given. Doesn't that strike you as suspicious, Director, that no one on the national security staff, no one in the senior leadership, apparently, of the party here in Congress that had approved the aid, understood why the President was suspending aid? Doesn't that strike you as just a little suspicious?
Chairman Schiff, I'm just unaware, be honest with you, how those decisions are made. And once again, I just have no situation awareness of what happened with the holding of the funding from OMB.
As a military man, if this military aid was withheld from an ally that is fighting off Putin's Russia, and it was done so to be used as leverage to get dirt in a U.S. political campaign. Don't you think that should be investigated?
I have no reason to believe, I do not understand, I have no situational awareness if that was withheld or why it was withheld, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I can tell you, we are going to find out. Director, I want to thank you for your attendance today. I want to thank you again for your service. As my colleague underscored, Mr. Welch, and I completely share his sentiment. No one has any question about your devotion to the country. No one has any question about your acting in good faith. I want to make that very clear. I think you're a good and honorable man. Like my colleagues, I don't agree with the decisions you made. I agree with the Inspector General's view of the law. And I'm deeply concerned about the message this has sent to other whistleblowers about whether this system really works. If the subject of a complaint can stop that complaint from getting to Congress, then the most serious complaints may never get here. And I want to thank the whistleblower for their courage. They didn't have to step forward. Indeed, we know from the whistleblower complaint there are several others that have knowledge of many of the same events. And I would just say to those several others that have knowledge of those events, I hope that they too would show the same kind of courage and patriotism that this whistleblower has shown. We are dependent on people of good faith to step forward when they see evidence of wrongdoing. The system won't work otherwise, and I have to say to our friends in Ukraine who may be watching, just how distressing it is that as their country fights to liberate itself from Russian oppression, as it fights to root out corruption in their own country, that what they would be treated to by the President of the United States would be the highest form of corruption in this country. That the President of the United States would be, instead of a champion of democracy and human rights and the rule of law, would instead be reinforcing a message with the new Ukrainian president who was elected to root out corruption, that instead the message of that president would be, you can use your Justice Department, just call Bill Barr, you can use our Justice Department to manufacture dirt on an opponent. That's what democracy is. You can use foreign assistance, military assistance, vital assistance as a lever to get another country to do something unethical. The idea that a fellow democracy, a struggling democracy, would hear those messages from the President of the United States. I just want to say to the people of Ukraine, we support you in your fight with Russia. We support you in your struggle for democracy. We support you in your efforts to root out corruption. And what you are witnessing and what you are seeing in the actions of this president is not democracy. It is the very negation of democracy. This is democracy. What you saw in this committee is democracy, as ugly as it can be, as personal as it can be, as infuriating as it can be. This is democracy. This is democracy. I thank you, Director. We are adjourned.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
If we could